but you represent them. In forensic psychology, you represent the evidence, you represent the data. And you can be hired either by the prosecution or by the defense, but a forensic psychologist's job is within the limits of their expertise. They need to present to a jury or to a judge, to whoever is deciding the case, information that will help in the decision-making process. Not a biased opinion, but an opinion that will be helpful in making these very important decisions.
Dr. Brahms, what kind of training did you have to be able to practice forensic and clinical psychology?
Well, to be a psychologist, you go to 4 years of undergraduate. I was lucky; I only had to go to 3. I worked my way through school and through a lot of things. We only did 3 years, but I did get a BA. And then psychology graduate school is about 7 years. You have to have an internship. I went to Syracuse, New York, and worked in a hospital setting for my internship, and that's a year. And then, in addition to doing a dissertation, all of that, you need to have a year of postdoctoral residency in order to become licensed. And I did that in Flint, Michigan, at an inner city hospital, working as a pediatric psychologist with children with neurodevelopmental disabilities and medical issues.
Well, Dr. Brahms, what is pediatric psychology?
Pediatric psychology is a subspecialty of clinical psychology and really a subspecialty of child psychology. Pediatric psychologists work where there are either developmental or medical complications to a child's life. Most pediatric psychologists, like when I worked in Michigan and also in Columbus, Ohio, we work in the actual medical hospital, on the patient floor, in clinics, or perhaps in the emergency room at times. And we look at the interaction between development, illness, outcome, and we're really trying to help kids that are either in crisis or have long-term problems, such as recovering from burns, or having autism, or other neurodevelopmental issues. So we're in a medical setting more than in a clinical setting and dealing with those specialized issues.
Well, why are those specialized issues important in a case such as this?
Well, I believe they're central to this case because when you have someone who's been diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disorder, such as Tanner, it's very important to understand how that person functions in real life. That a person is not just a diagnosis. A person is a person. And we also have to look at outcome. We have to understand, for myself, when I look at, as a pediatric psychologist, what might their outcome can be? What interventions do they need? How do we make the progress of their life as successful as possible? Whether I'm dealing with a child who has facial burns, or a child and family that's dealing with cancer and the long-term effects of that they have neurological effects with cancer too and treatment. So what's important about the pediatric aspect of this is understanding any defendant, including Tanner, not just at a point in time, but understanding how he got to that point in time and what could have been different or made different for that particular person.
Dr. Brahms, if you'll please explain to the jury a little bit about your experience in evaluating and treating children.
Absolutely. I always wanted to be a child psychologist. I ended up doing something somewhat different, but all that expertise is never, and the experience is never, it still colors what I do today. So when I said earlier in my career, we're talking the late 70s and 1980s, I was a pediatric psychologist, as I stated, in Michigan and in Ohio. And then I went into private practice. I was by myself for a while and I ended up having a lot of employees. I would not recommend that. But I saw hundreds of children, adolescents, and families in that private practice setting from about 1986 until about 2019. I also, at that point, was asked to do juvenile forensic psychology. And there really wasn't forensic psychology, like formally at that point in time. But local juvenile courts were asking me to do evaluations on people much like Tanner when he was an adolescent. Juveniles, although he did not get in trouble, but juveniles who were before the court, whether they were competent to testify, whether they should be tried as an adult, where they should be placed. And so I've had all of that experience in that area as well. Obviously, over the last 40 years, I've dealt clinically and forensically with a lot of juveniles and a lot of families and children.
When looking at cases, how important is it to involve the family as well as the children in your evaluations?
Well, it's important both clinically and forensically. As a clinical psychologist, Ms. Anderson, if you take your child to a therapist and they only speak to your child, that is really not fruitful. And it's also, I don't think it's professionally appropriate. The issue is none of us live in a vacuum. And a child especially is highly sensitive to a parent's parenting style, their ability to help them, their resources, all of that. And so as a clinician, I can't imagine just seeing a child without taking history and having a real knowledge of that family. As a forensic psychologist, I have an obligation to go back as many generations as I can and understand a person's history. So from a forensic perspective, it's my duty to speak to relatives, not every one of them, but pertinent people, speak to other sources of information in order to get a real holistic picture of that individual. So I would treat a forensic client, such as Tanner, in terms of gathering information, much like I would treat one of my clinical patients.
Dr. Braun, you said that you had always wanted to be a pediatric psychologist. In your career, have you published a lot of papers on that topic?
Early on, I did some papers. I did my dissertation working with children who were biologically dysregulated and have hard time feeding. It's called non-organic failure to thrive, where you have problematic parenting and a child who has some type of impairment. Looking back, probably something like Tanner's, and working on a program to help them be able to eat and relate and function with other people. More recently, I've had peer-reviewed publications about trauma in the courtroom and how that's assessed. But I've also written a lot of books on educational psychology, test-taking skills, anxiety management, that type of thing.
Now, you practice in Ohio, so I assume you're licensed in Ohio.
Yes, that's correct.
Where else are you licensed?
I have a full license in Texas, obviously, and I've had that for many, many years. I'm licensed in Idaho, and I'm trying to think where else I'm licensed. Texas, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma as well. And then if I need to go to other states, I get a temporary license.
You talked about doing forensic psychology, and that involves the courts, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so how many times have you testified in proceedings?
Many times. Not obviously as many as I've evaluated people, because many times cases get settled or other things happen. But I have been in state courts, federal courts, even military courts. I would say I've testified maybe 100 times. That's a guess.
Oh, I'm sorry. What about juvenile court?
Many times.
And why is that relevant to a case such as this?
It's relevant because I've done so many juvenile evaluations, especially earlier in my career, that to understand how a child develops and where they are at a point in time and what their choices really were. You know, what do we do with a juvenile who has not had the family background that all of us may have had? How do we give them interventions and keep them out of that system? All of these things are very relevant. So this whole issue about development has a great deal to do with many cases in juvenile court, and I think many cases in adult court as well.
Do you often deal with cases involving capital murder?
Yes, I do.
How often?
I don't know if I can answer often. I can say that I've been involved in approximately 50 cases over the course of my career. Many of them do not go to trial.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Brahms, I'm going to hand you what has been previously marked as defense exhibit number 47.
Yes, ma'am?
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is my resume, and it is 27 pages in length.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your experiences?
Having spoken to my office yesterday, I would say yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the defense offers defense exhibit number 47 for all purposes.
I've seen it, Judge. No objection.
Defense 47 is admitted.
Dr. Brahms, I want to talk to you a little bit about the case involving Tanner Horner.
That's fine.
You were retained by the defense in this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so, Dr. Brahms, how much is your hourly rate?
$350 an hour.
Is this standard for experts in your field?
There's a wide range. I would say that I'm at the lower end of a range for forensic experts.
Approximately how many hours have you put into this case so far?
Well, that's hard to estimate. I know what my billing is up to this point, like just before this week, but I've put in many hours into this case. I have traveled, I've spoken to witnesses, I've spoken to Tanner, I've reviewed volumes of records, so it's many hours.
What have you billed so far?
So far, this is just an estimate, until this week for preparation, over the last 2 or 3 years, I billed $28,000 and then some expenses for flying and hotels when needed.
One thing I didn't ask you before, but I'm curious, is do you accept every case that you're approached to take on?
No, I do not.
How do you determine which cases you'll accept and which ones you won't?
Well, first, I mean, ethically, if someone asks me to do something that's really not in my wheelhouse, I would not try to ever go into court with it in an area that I'm just not familiar with. I also talk to the attorneys, and if I believe that the attorneys are asking for something like to be their mouthpiece, I have attorneys call me up and say, oh, just go to court, this is what I want you to say. We politely not only hang up, but do not use them again. So yeah, I would say, Ms. Anderson, that not just capital cases, but all cases. I do civil cases as well, like personal injury and workplace issues. I would say I turn down about 15% of the people that call me.
Why did you accept this case?
Well, first of all, when your team first spoke to me about it, you mentioned your concerns about development and your concerns about neurological issues such as neurodevelopmental disorders. And I knew that I had a lot of experience and interest in that area. I also know that your group does a very comprehensive job of getting other experts, that I would not just be on my own in doing this, but I would have solid information to back up my testimony. I had known you before. You seemed very determined to do the best job you could, and I felt very comfortable doing this.
All right, so let's talk about the case itself. What were you asked to do in this case?
In this case, I was solely asked to look at Tanner's developmental history and how that impacts his functioning over the course of time and prior to the offense.
When you look at a case and agree to accept a case, what is your process? How do you begin your evaluation?
Well, generally, I ask whoever it is, either defense or prosecution, I ask them for, or whatever attorney, for as much information as possible to get ready to see a defendant or other, what we call collateral sources. So I ask for everything. I don't want things in a summary. I do not want an attorney to summarize records for me, because I need, as the expert, to have availability to those records. Okay, some experts want to have a summary. I don't do that. Obviously, I don't need to read every page. If it's a medical record, for example, and they repeat the person's name and address over and over again, I don't need to spend hours billing for that. But I need to see information because I, as an expert, have an interest that might be different or a need for certain information than, let's say, an attorney. Okay?
You mentioned a summary, and you don't rely upon summaries. Why is it important to have the actual record and not just a summary provided by an attorney?
Well, first of all, attorneys are not psychologists. And the things with information that an attorney might summarize may not be the information that's relevant, those key factors that might be relevant in expanding my understanding of a particular defendant or person. So I need to be able to look at those records myself, and my job is to come up with hypotheses. As I sit at my desk and look at records, I don't just read. I keep thinking about, in this case, Tanner, in the situation. What are those records telling me? What other information might I need? How are those records written? What does that tell me about this case in full? So it's very important not to just see summaries. Now, obviously, if there's a surgeon and there's a surgical summary, that's the summary I get. But in terms of other information, I need to have a hands-on with the information provided, the whole file.
In this particular case, were you provided records?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of records were you provided?
All kinds of records. First of all, I had a lot of law enforcement records. I had videos of Tanner's interrogation. I would say that with an S, interrogations. I had the video, obviously, of this terrible crime. I was given his school records, medical records, his jail records. I had interviews, transcripts with other people that are involved in this case. I just had a voluminous amount of information.
So it sounds like the records that you received were kind of a combination of the state's discovery and the defense's investigation?
Yes, ma'am, I would say that's a good summary.
Why is it important to have both, for both sides?
Because my job is not to take sides. My job is to understand this case in full. And the other issue is that law enforcement records can give me, as a diagnostician, or at least a developmental expert, information about that particular person. So the way the crime is committed, but also how they act toward an interrogation, how they act toward police officers. All of this information is very central in understanding, in this case, Tanner as a whole.
Did you rely solely upon the records themselves?
Of course not.
What else did you do?
Well, I met with Tanner for approximately 12 hours over the course of this investigation. I also met with his mother. I met with his grandmother. I met with his brother. I met with some friends of his. I met with a paternal aunt. I met with one of his special education teachers. I also met with the mother of his child. So I've really had a comprehensive view in person of people's attitudes about Tanner and about their experience with him.
Now, Dr. Brahms, you said you met with Tanner for about 12 hours. During these meetings, did you perform any testing?
That wasn't my job, and no, there was so much testing performed that there was no reason to do that.
Did you review the results of the testing that was performed by other experts in this case?
Of course.
Did you review the reports of other experts in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the visits that you had with Tanner. You said you visited with him for about 12 hours. How many times did you meet with him?
Well, I met with him, I was supposed to meet with him 3 times, and I had that blocked out. It turns out that I met with him once, and then I met with him on a longer day because we could not get an interview room while I was in town. So I met with him actually on 2 occasions. It was supposed to be 3, but it did not work out that way.
So 2 occasions, but 3 sessions?
Basically, yes.
Okay. And where were you, where did you meet with Tanner?
I met with Tanner at a private interview room near the pod where he's incarcerated. We had privacy. The door was shut. The chairs were comfortable. It was, for a jail setting, a very conducive to having a private, interview with any defendant. We could hear each other, see each other. It was fine.
Why is that important?
Because when you are trying to interview a defendant through glass or through one of those telephones, you really cannot get into the intimacy and depths of their life. You cannot do that through a telephone or through a glass barrier. It is a relationship. When I meet with someone like Tanner, we have to be able to see and hear each other, to actually be in the physical presence of each other, because it is not just an interview for facts. It's my ability to develop a relationship with Tanner or another defendant, and in that relationship, understand how he functions. It's one more very, very important piece of evidence.
Could the fact that there were other people, let me back up and rephrase this. How would the presence of other people in the room outside of the team, how could that affect the validity or the rapport building?
I'm not sure I'm understanding. I mean, we spoke privately. There were guards outside, but they could not see in the room.
Would having the guards inside the room impede your ability to conduct a thorough evaluation?
I would not have conducted an evaluation under those circumstances. There would be no way that private information, not just from a legal perspective, but very sensitive information, no defendant would ever, especially in an incarceration setting, divulge issues of vulnerability or loss or weakness or anything. So I would have probably asked you to find a court order that a guard should not be in there because I could not conduct an evaluation like that.
How important is it, you mentioned the word rapport, so how important is it to build rapport with the person you're evaluating?
Well, I think it's important to define the word rapport. My job in this is not to become friends with Tanner. My job is to set up an ambiance, an environment where Tanner or other defendants will feel comfortable talking, which means that I try to make it clear that they're accepted by me, that I have a lot of experience, that I'm not here to be criticized or judged, but I'm here to fully be a listening ear to understand. And that, yes, I may ask questions that are going to be painful, that are going to be embarrassing, but I'm hoping that there'll be a level of trust and actual likability between us that a client or a defendant would divulge such information.
During these evaluations and these interviews that you do, how important is it to get that personal information from the client?
It's crucial. I mean, if you went to a therapist and you did not feel comfortable with that therapist, you would not divulge your information that is highly personal. You would not feel comfortable with that person. There's a big difference, and I get asked this question a lot, between caring and likability and respect. Okay? I want this to be a respectful relationship. It's fine to tell some jokes sometime, and Tanner sometimes says things that are a little bit off the wall, and that was fine, but it has to be a level of trust. And that it's not a therapeutic relationship, I'm a forensic psychologist, but it has to be that he knows that I am listening and that I will ask questions that will allow him to tell the whole story about himself.
Is that another reason why it's important to have your privacy and not have other people in the room with you while conducting these evaluations?
Absolutely.
Dr. Brahms, let's talk about child development, because that's why we're here, what you were retained to talk about. When we talk about, and when we use the phrase child development, what do we mean by that?
What we're talking about is the trajectory of someone's life. We're talking about what happens, first of all, in the womb, in utero, which obviously is very significant in this case, but also historically. What are the people like that raised a particular person? What histories do they have? Obviously, in this case, both his mother and grandmother had problematic histories. Doesn't make them bad people, but they do. And then we look at stages of development. Every child, whether you live in Fort Worth or you live in, West Africa, goes through similar stages of child development, of where there's certain milestones and certain critical stages of life that children have to go through, hopefully successfully. And then we look at adult outcome and what skills and strengths they had or did not have as a child to have a successful adult outcome. So development is looking at the whole course of someone's life and trying to understand at every point why things were either successful or why they might have been problematic.
You had mentioned in utero. Does that mean that development begins before birth?
Well, it begins genetically as well, but yes, significant issues can occur when there are prenatal complications.
Dr. Brahms, you talked about there being stages of child development. Let's talk about those stages, okay?
That's fine.
What is the first stage of child development?
Well, the first thing a child has to do is they have to be able to attach to others. And in order to attach to others, you have to have a caregiver that is there for them on a consistent basis. It doesn't mean they have to be perfect parents. None of us are perfect people. But it means that they have to respond to that child's needs. It's reciprocity. It is the give and take between a parent and child. And in order to do that, you have to have a parent that is emotionally and psychologically available without their own problems to actually respond to what a child needs. And it's very simple. A mother needs to be able to touch the child's face, and then the child touches the mother's face. The mother smiles at the child smiles back at the mother. But to do that, you have to be consistent, and you have to have the ability and knowledge to do that to an infant. When those things do not happen, with a regular child, not somebody who has a neurodevelopmental disability, when that doesn't happen, the child becomes very agitated. They cry a lot. They scream because the parent is not there to modulate their emotions. When an infant knows that there's a caregiver and the world will respond, The purpose of parenting in those first year is to teach a child that the world will respond to them, and that they don't have to go to desperate measures to get the world to respond to them, that world will be responsive. So that first period of attachment is significant as a building block for the rest of someone's life.
Dr. Brahms, you mentioned neurodevelopmental disorders. How can a neurodevelopmental disorder affect the development of a child?
Well, profoundly. I mean, I know back in the mid-'70s, I was doing research on how children who are not, we call it biobehaviorally regulated, how that affects not just attachment, but it also affects the rest of their development in their life. So when we have a neurodevelopmental disability, one of the impairments is the ability to self-regulate. Now, Ms. Anderson, in the olden days, okay, even more olden days than me, okay, you were able to do evaluations on infants, and they had a pinprick of an experiment where you take newborns and you prick their heel just a little bit with a little needle. Some children didn't even notice it. Some children cried, but then they put their hand in their mouth and self-soothe. Self-soothing is not something that people with neurodevelopmental disabilities do. Tanner has never self-soothed except in very immature ways. Some children will just cry and cry and cry. So much of this is related to, some of it's we call temperament, but a lot of it is just basically brain development. So it does matter, because a child who is neurologically impaired is going to have a harder time when that comfort and that reciprocity is not there, because they can't comfort themselves.
So how important is it to, well, let me ask this. Are interventions available for children?
Oh, absolutely.
How important is it to have an intervention as quickly as possible or as soon as possible?
Well, I don't want to be unpolite, but it's not an intervention. It's a course of interventions. It's a multimodal intervention. So first of all, the timing is extremely important. It is important to start as soon as you see developmental differences or behavioral differences in a child. In many states, most states, there are infant programs where people come into the house, professionals come into the house and educate the caregivers about how to set up the best possible environment for that child. But what we do know in terms of early intervention with neurological disabilities, neurodevelopmental disabilities, that if there is not intensive intervention by about age 6, that child is far behind the 8 ball. That the types of skills, attention, self-regulation, socialization, attending to the environment, all of those issues need to be addressed well before a child starts to go into stages of development where those skills are absolutely mandatory. So if you do not have intervention early, and that would be occupational therapy, counseling for the parents or parent guidance, educational issues, there's a lot of interventions. If you don't have that early on, everything snowballs, because that child doesn't have the basic, we used to call it learning to learn skills. The skills that you have to learn in this world, to acquire information, to control your behavior, all of those things, if you don't have that by a certain time, your adaptation and your coping skills are going to be ineffective.
You mentioned the term multimodal. What does that mean?
Well, it's a fancy word, but what multimodal means is that you have interventions not just in one area, but in many areas, because neurodevelopmental issues are pervasive. And what we mean by pervasive, it's not just a learning disability. You know, I have friends who actually became attorneys and doctors, and they had a learning disability, and they got reading help, or they got whatever they needed, and they went on with their lives. And some of them they listen to audiobooks now because they don't like to read that much, but they still become lawyers or doctors. That's a learning disability. What we're talking about, and I know this jury has heard this forever, but we're talking about deficits that are pervasive. They're in the frontal lobe. They're in the limbic system. They affect the way that somebody perceives and interacts with the world. So there's language deficits. There are occupational deficits in terms of learning to learn, learning how to pay attention in school, getting other skills, whether that's baseball or handwriting, And then, of course, a very important core is the parenting issue. Those parents, because the people who really intervene emotionally as well as functionally, like teaching children, are the parents. And they are probably as important or more important than any of the other interventions that are available.
You mentioned occupational, you mentioned learning disabilities, you mentioned teachers. What other kinds of interventions are available for children with neurodevelopmental disorders?
Well, there's psychiatric interventions. There's always the option of medication. And this is an important issue because, number one, a majority of children with neurodevelopmental issues have, in quotes, ADHD. They do not pay attention. They are impulsive. It's all of that. You know, we can use whatever diagnostic terms we want to use. I usually don't say ADHD because I think it's part of the whole neurodevelopmental issue, but they have those problems. And you can treat that with a wide variety of medications. The secondary problem comes is that children who live a life with this type of impairment develop secondary diagnoses like depression. That's certainly true for Tanner. So we have to look very carefully at controlling those, or at least remediating, addressing those secondary diagnoses. Because then when you have a neurodevelopmental disability or impairment on top of a secondary problem that's major, now the problem, it's not just additive, it's interactive.
What do you mean by not just additive, but interactive?
Because what happens with this group of neurodiverse people, especially those, here comes another clinical term that we call level 1, higher functioning people, people with a normal IQ like Tanner, is they tend to get overlooked. And what happens is they're oddities. They're oddities in their family, they're oddities in the world, and they develop secondary diagnoses like depression. And then the more depressed they get, the less they function well in other areas. And when they function less well, then they become more depressed. They turn to drugs sometimes. Substance abuse is common in this population, especially these higher level functioning people, because they are not out there. Everyone expects things from them that they can't do. And so they try to mimic what they can do, but they can't do it, and everything snowballs. And so these are serious issues, both in terms of medication and other interventions.
Dr. Brahms, I want to take you back to the stages of development. You had mentioned attachment. Is that the phase also where children start learning how to explore the world around them?
Yes. After a child hopefully becomes healthily attached to the world, there's a stage we call autonomy. And autonomy is, anybody who's had a toddler is going to understand autonomy. You don't need a lecture about this. Children, let's say 3 years old, 4 years old, young, toddlers, a little bit above, will go out to the world and explore. And who do they come back to? They come back to their mommy or daddy. And their mommy and daddy tells them how to explore the world safely. If you want to look at a flower, you go look at a flower in the garden, but you don't rip it up. And you get compliments from your mom. You went and smelled that flower, but you didn't take that flower out of the ground. That is really grown up on your part. And then the child comes back to the parent for that compliment, and they get a hug, then they try to explore something else. So in that stage of autonomy, which is sort of toddlerhood, preschool, they start to learn how to deal with the world with their emotions being controlled and with their behavior being controlled, because there's a solid parental figure, a solid caregiving figure who is there to guide their behavior and give them that feedback and that reinforcement, that guidance, so when they go out to the world, their behavior is controlled, they can look at their environment, they can enjoy their environment, and they get attention. And I don't mean spoiled attention, but they get attention from a caregiver that they are able to be the big boy or big girl and do what has to be done to start to be part of this larger world around us.
What happens if you don't have that kind of solid parent to help you during this stage?
And what happens if you also have a neurodevelopmental disability? I mean, those things are going together in this case. What happens is children who do not have that guidance do not know really how to control themselves. Children who are neurodevelopmentally more normal may have less trouble doing those things. But when you have this hyperactivity and this impulsiveness and this generally agitated state, and when you have a family who can't give you what they need, then your ability to be able to go out in the world and act in an appropriate manner and not be afraid or not be overly inappropriate, that is compromised.
And so in cases where you have a solid parental figure that can help navigate that aspect of child development, is it easier for a child with neurodevelopmental disorders or issues to succeed?
Well, let me phrase that the opposite way, is that when a child with neurodevelopmental differences does not have steadiness, when they're moving all the time, for example, if their parent is on drugs a lot, if there's different people in the house, if they have different caregivers, they are getting the opposite of what they need, because a child with these disabilities needs predictability and stability and responsiveness. So predictability, stability, responsiveness. That is what is going to modify their neurological damage. Now, all children need that, Ms. Anderson. I'm not saying that we should let other children just do what they want, but in terms of pervasive developmental issues, it's very important to have that stability, that predictability, and that responsiveness. If you don't have that, the brain does not have a way to modify. I'm not saying heal. I'm saying to modify and have that child have the ability to use all of their ability and their skills to have a more adequate adjustment and successful adjustment.
Hang on just a minute. We have a juror who has requested to take a short break. So let's
Okay.
take 10 minutes and we'll come right back in, okay?
doctorate in clinical psychology and in developmental psychology in 1981.
You mentioned clinical psychology, but I also heard you say forensic psychology
Yes.
earlier. What is the difference between clinical versus forensic psychology?
Well, there's a large difference. Obviously, to do either, you have to have a great deal of experience in understanding human nature. Science is a scientifically based profession. But in clinical psychology, the client is your client. You are their advocate. And so that is why you go to counseling, because you want somebody to be your advocate. Obviously, you want to be honest with them about what's troubling them and what is going on, but you represent them. In forensic psychology, you represent the evidence, you represent the data. And you can be hired either by the prosecution or by the defense, but a forensic psychologist's job is within the limits of their expertise. They need to present to a jury or to a judge, to whoever is deciding the case, information that will help in the decision-making process. Not a biased opinion, but an opinion that will be helpful in making these very important decisions.
Dr. Brahms, what kind of training did you have to be able to practice forensic and clinical psychology?
Well, to be a psychologist, you go to 4 years of undergraduate. I was lucky; I only had to go to 3. I worked my way through school and through a lot of things. We only did 3 years, but I did get a BA. And then psychology graduate school is about 7 years. You have to have an internship. I went to Syracuse, New York, and worked in a hospital setting for my internship, and that's a year. And then, in addition to doing a dissertation, all of that, you need to have a year of postdoctoral residency in order to become licensed. And I did that in Flint, Michigan, at an inner city hospital, working as a pediatric psychologist with children with neurodevelopmental disabilities and medical issues.
Well, Dr. Brahms, what is pediatric psychology?
Pediatric psychology is a subspecialty of clinical psychology and really a subspecialty of child psychology. Pediatric psychologists work where there are either developmental or medical complications to a child's life. Most pediatric psychologists, like when I worked in Michigan and also in Columbus, Ohio, we work in the actual medical hospital, on the patient floor, in clinics, or perhaps in the emergency room at times, and we look at the interaction between development, illness, outcome, and we're really trying to help kids that are either in crisis or have long-term problems, such as recovering from burns, or having autism, or other neurodevelopmental issues. So we're in a medical setting more than in a clinical setting and dealing with those specialized issues.
Well, why are those specialized issues important in a case such as this?
Well, I believe they're central to this case because when you have someone who's been diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disorder, such as Tanner, it's very important to understand how that
All right, everyone may be seated. Ms. Anderson, you may proceed.
Dr. Ross, we were talking about the importance of predictability, stability, and responsiveness. In the household that Tanner grew up in, did he have predictability?
No, we did not. Did he have stability?
we're talking early on. No, it got a little bit better later, but no, in his early years, he did not have predictability or stability.
What about responsiveness?
Minimal.
And how can the lack of predictability, stability, and responsiveness impact a child like Tanner with not just one neurodevelopmental disorder, but he also, been diagnosed with autism, been diagnosed with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and other issues? I mean, how does...
We're talking about multiple negative effects. So when you think about what Tanner did not have in terms of the family structure and stability that he should have had, what happens to any child, not just Tanner, is that your ability to get what you need in an adaptive way becomes very limited. There's a lot of attention seeking, whether that is acting out in some ways. Like I know that he had to lit a field on fire. I don't think necessarily on purpose, but he did things that were not smart things to do. Children with neurodevelopmental disabilities also do what we call telling tall tales. They tend to exaggerate. They tend to say things because they want to be something that they're not, because they're not getting that sense of self-worth from a family that cannot respond adequately to them. They also tend to find themselves absorbed in fantasy, because fantasy is much better than the reality that they have. And for Tanner, it's an interesting situation, because most of the cases I get are where there's profound abuse. Most of my cases, whether they're capital cases or other cases, these are children that are beaten, they're hungry all the time. There's obvious abuse. The thing with Tanner and his family is the deprivations were smaller. They were subtle. They were mom being incarcerated, not being there. He never knew. He told me he never knew where his mother would be. She might be on the streets, she might be incarcerated, or she might be home nodding out in the bathroom for him to find. So in terms of the way that he looked at the world was not in a stable, predictable way. And as such, his behavior was not predictable. Part of having autism or fetal alcohol syndrome or being on that spectrum is not being able to look at cause and effect. In his family, people really didn't talk a lot about cause and effect. His mother did what she wanted to do, and I don't dislike his mother, Melissa, at all, but she has never been able to get her life together, much be able to parent somebody, anybody, much less somebody with a pervasive impairment. So when we look at this lack of predictability, it's hard enough for, in quotes, a regular child, but it's much harder when your brain cannot make sense of the world around you to begin with. So what makes this situation with Tanner so important to understand is that we're looking at subtleties. We're looking at brain impairment. We're not looking at gross abuse, but we're looking at abandonment, being babysat by a 10-year-old, not knowing where your mother is, having a father who doesn't care about you, being with a, in quote, stepfather who is a meth addict himself. There's all of these things that it'd be so easy for me to sit here and say, well, you know, he was beaten every day and he was locked in a closet. That is not true. What happened in this case is that his brain was neglected. This is a case of brain neglect. It's not a case of abuse. But in that way, in all the 44 years that I've done this, that is abusive. It is a neglect of what gives somebody the opportunity to develop to be a fully functioning adult.
Dr. Baums, let's talk some more about the stages of development.
Certainly.
After a child learns autonomy and begins to explore their world, what happens next?
Well, the next stage that all children confront is mastery. When you start entering elementary school age years, you have to learn how to master the environment. Some of that is reading and writing, because from an educational perspective, you learn more basics between first and third grade than you do for the rest of your life. You're learning how to read. You're learning what mathematical principles are. It's the basis. Very important years. But you're also mastering your abilities to be socialized. You're mastering the ability to be part of a larger world around you. That is basically what kindergarten and first grade is about. Yes, it's about ABCs and it's about learning numbers, but it's about how do you learn to be in the larger social world, to hang up your coat, to put your boots in a locker, to sit there with floor time and be with your friends, to learn how to interact with people, to be quiet when you need to be quiet, to ask questions that are appropriate. I mean, we know how many little kindergartners say inappropriate things. We've all had kindergartners. They say things that it's because they're kindergartners. And we teach them in a loving way why that would be appropriate or not appropriate. Tanner, in reality, as an adult, doesn't have much of that. Sometimes when I talk to Tanner, I felt like he walked out of a textbook. That this is something that, if it wasn't a capital case, I would use when I teach law school. I mean, it's a typical case of children who have not been able to master their social abilities and master that part of the larger world. And all of us want to master things. Just as an example, I can't take a survey in a courtroom, but I would imagine that most of us have collected something at age 5, 6, or 7. I know that for me, we used to take our bikes and collect pop bottles and return them for like 2 cents. Some people, I didn't become rich, but it was interesting. Some people collect rocks. Some collect matchbox cars. Because why do little kids collect? Because that is their world that they can master. These are my matchbox cars, or these are my rocks, or these are my thrown away Coke bottles. Okay, these are my pieces of glass that I put on my shelf that I found going around my neighborhood. So that sense of mastery makes you feel competent because I can do something. I am a little kid and I can do something. And you feel confident. You feel like you have skills. I'm able to do these things. When you talk to people about Tanner, and when you talk to Tanner himself, that sense of mastery was not there. He was the one who was continually bullied. He was the one who never could do anything right. He was the one that didn't have parents. Probably he had grandma on and off, but he didn't have a family that taught him to be competent and confident. And when you're not taught that, later in life, you act like the age that you never got that at. So there's times when I talk to Tanner, I literally can believe I'm talking to a 6-year-old in terms of inappropriate comments, not sexual ones, just inappropriate comments, laughing when he shouldn't, blurting things out, all of those things. It's almost as if I'm talking to a big man who is 6 years old.
Dr. Brahms, you mentioned socialization. What do we mean by socialization?
Well, we all learn about values and morals from our teachers, from our parents, sometimes from like Sesame Street, from various different places. So the way that you learn about the values of society is 2 ways. One is by direct guidance, like it's important to go to church, okay? That's an important part because you were brought here by God and we need to respect God. That's verbally stated. But then there's what we call vicarious learning. You learn by example. So you learn when your grandmother goes to church and says, that was a great sermon, I feel so much better. And you're listening, you're saying, you know what? This has some value, and my family's values are that we need to respect something higher than us, okay? Whatever religion you want to be. They were good Christians, so whatever you choose to be. But you learn by guidance and you learn by watching. And that is part of development. Now for Tanner, I believe that underneath all of the problems here and this terrible crime, he did learn some things from his grandmother and even from Melissa. Melissa feels terrible about what she did, and she's able to express that. And she was able to express love to him even in her worst, darkest hours. And I've seen her worst, darkest hours, and they're bad. He understands the importance of family. Jackie did everything possible to have a family with really limited resources. Not a lot of education, not a lot of money for sure. She had to deal with Bill. That was not an easy task because he was against things that she tried to do for Tanner. But what he learned is love. He did learn the importance of certain things that make us human. And he learned that because despite all of their problems, there still was that sense of that in the family. And even with Bill, Bill is a tunnel rat. He's a Vietnam, and may his memory be blessed, but he was, fought for our country. And he took in Tanner, and it was not done with hatred. He did what he could do, but I believe that they tried their best to have a family. And I believe that in the long run, years later, Tanner wanted and wants the same thing, that he wanted to have a family, even though he had a very dysfunctional partner and very limited abilities cognitively, not intellectually, not in terms of smartness, but in terms of this pervasive developmental disorder. So those are the values that you get that you carry on.
You mentioned guidance and modeling. What happens if you don't get proper role models, proper guidance, proper modeling?
You get it from somewhere. In middle school, you get a lot from your friends. I mean, we all know that middle school is hell, okay? I mean, I don't think I need to tell anybody that, but those years are very, very difficult in terms of developing who you are and understanding who you are. And then we'll talk about that probably sometime about identity. But you get it from other places. Now for Tanner, he started learning things through channels that were not appropriate. He got into heavy metal music. He got into a fantasy life of superheroes, of all of these things that were avoidant, which is so typical for autism, is you go into a fantasy world. And so I think that Tanner developed values that were not his parents' values and were not necessarily the best values because of the environment that he put himself in. Because he was socially limited, he wasn't going to be a typical person's best friend. They didn't want him as a best friend. And he needed to find some way to understand the world, and I don't believe he did that in the most pro-social, adequate way. But that is part of his impairment.
Dr. Baums, you had talked about Tanner's mother and his grandmother. Did you hear the testimony of his grandmother?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview her on your own?
Of course, yes, I did.
When she was here to testify, was she able to tell the whole story about how Tanner was raised and about her life?
No, she did not.
Why do you think that is?
I think because his grandmother has a great deal of regret and shame. I think that she has shame because she was sexually abused as a child and has always felt inadequate and dirty and not good about herself. And it's taken her years of prayer and counseling to try to get over this. She feels terrible that her daughter became a drug addict, a real drug addict, and that she could not do anything to stop that. And she feels inadequate because she did not give Tanner and could not give him what he needed. She did not want to talk about what she went through with her daughter. It's incredibly embarrassing to sit here in front of a court and state that I was a failure as a mother, that my daughter really is markedly dysfunctional. It's hard, it's shameful. And she's a sensitive woman who truly has love in her heart for her child and for her grandchild, and she's disabled and she's in a wheelchair. And I think this, in my view, having spent hours with her, this was probably the hardest thing she's ever done.
Do you believe that Jackie possessed the desire in her heart to do everything that she could for her grandson?
Without a doubt.
Did she possess the ability to do those things?
Very limited.
And what do you feel hampered her ability to give the stability or the predictability that was necessary in the home?
Well, first of all, she had a lot on her hands. She had Melissa, the mom, in and out of the house with drug problems. She was trying to give her money. She had no money of her, little money of her own, Social Security, whatever. There were always financial problems. Her husband, Bill, was not supportive. And she is not a highly sophisticated woman. She's a fairly kind, I like Jackie, you can't help but like her, but she's not a sophisticated woman. And when they got in-home help for his autism, she took it very concretely. I spoke to Jackie. She's very concrete. She doesn't see the bigger picture of what the problems are from a neurological or developmental perspective certainly with Tanner. She just didn't have the tools. This is a woman who worked at Albertsons. She was a barber. She goes to church. She's not somebody who is well-versed in child development. And she's had a very, very hard road to get her to where she was when Tanner came into her house.
You had mentioned also that some of the socialization happens in school.
That's correct.
How does that impact the development of a child?
Well, Tanner, one develops a sense of confidence and confidence in themselves when their peers care about them and when they feel that they fit in. And Tanner has told me in many different ways that starting early on that he's an alien. I don't mean a real alien. This is not a psychotic delusion. I mean an alien that he is somehow in this world but does not have the skills that, in quotes, humans have. In his own fantasy way, he sees himself sort of like a robot when he was a little kid, like a robot in school trying to be a human being, which is, if I ever write a book about autism, should be the title of the book, because people who have these disabilities have to mimic, they have to cover, they don't know how to do these things on their own. And so, of course, he was bullied. He was painfully bullied. And he never wanted to tell his grandmother much about it because he was embarrassed. But he was bullied terribly through school. So you have somebody with autism, and you have someone who's on the fetal alcohol spectrum, who really cannot mimic the, everyone's talking about theory of mind, but to understand how he should act, how people perceive him, Tanner, even now, doesn't understand how people perceive him, how the guards in the jail perceive him, how I perceive him. I don't think he even knows how his lawyers perceive him. So what we have here is a child who developmentally, when we talk about mastering the environment and feeling good about himself, is that he never was part of things socially. And when you're not part of things socially, you don't learn the things about interaction and socialization that your peers are learning because you're not in that group. You're in your own little group.
So when we're talking about socialization and the mastery of the environment, would interventions have assisted him in going through these stages?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Even if he had received interventions through all of these stages, would he still have brain impairments?
Of course.
Would they still be pervasive?
Yes.
Would he still need guidance?
Throughout his life.
So how do you reconcile all of this with the fact that he had a job? He knew how to drive a car. He had friends. He went out to the clubs. He had a life. How do you reconcile the need for guidance and the need for interventions with all of the strengths that he has in his life?
Well, we've not talked about this before, so I'd like to just give an example, okay? And then we can talk. I want to tell you, prior to coming to court here, I was hit by the postal man who rear-ended my car. Okay, so nobody was hurt. He got out of the car, and he clearly was neurodivergent. He was twitching. He was crying. He said he looked at the floor and he has a hard time paying attention. He told this to me. I'm a police officer. So what we have there is a Tanner. Okay, we have somebody who has a job. He's a contract postal delivery person, kind of like a contract FedEx person. And he is begging. He's like, don't fire me, don't fire me. He's a grown man, and he's crying. And then his supervisor comes. They come to where the accident was, and they're like, well, we're going to write you up, and this and that. And he's twitching and twitching and crying, and it's obviously that he is neurodivergent in some way. Now, he has a job, but he looked at the floor instead of looking at the road and hit my car and did $9,000 worth of damage. And so what we have here is someone who on the surface you can say, well, you're a contract person for the post office. In reality, he is barely able to have the attentional skills to do his job. So when you do an evaluation of someone, you never just say, what is your job? Or what's going on in your family? Or anything like that. Or what are your hobbies? So you can say to somebody, I have a job doing X, Y, or Z. But to understand their impairments as well as their strengths, you need to have functional details. And by functional details, it's not just do you have a job, but what are your daily routines? How do you master challenges? What do you do about stress? What happens if you have to make a decision about a FedEx route or how you stack dishes? How do you make these decisions? So you could be working as a dishwasher and the dishes are piling up. You have to make an independent decision about how to stack them so they don't fall down. Do you have the problem-solving skills to do that? You can say on paper, I wash dishes at Olive Garden or wherever, at Outback or whatever. I know he worked at Outback. But can you really stand the stresses? Can you maintain a pace? Do you have processing speed? Tanner has very low processing speed. Things that would be decisions for us that happen rapidly come very slowly to him. So when you're looking at functional analysis of somebody, you don't just take things face value, I have a job. You have to, Ms. Anderson, really understand what that entails.
Do you believe that Tanner would have benefited from the early interventions,
Yes, for many reasons.
such as?
Well, he has a normal IQ. I think that Tanner, even as a little boy, wanted to have interactions with others. He couldn't have good interactions, but I think he wanted that. And if he had found the right therapist, the right social group, like a training group, a therapy group for kids with neurodevelopmental differences, if he had been taught some basic skills that would have helped him, like how to play t-ball, or how to be successful at something, or how to do artwork, or whatever that may be, we would find that he would feel more confident, that he would start to modulate his behavior. And as you said, Ms. Anderson, it's not going to take away what happened in utero. We're not going to fix someone's brain. This is not brain surgery. This is using every talent and every ability that this young man may have had, and also teaching him to overcome what he doesn't have.
I want to go back to this postal worker that had the rear end, or had the car accident with you.
Yes.
You said that it was obvious that he was neurodivergent, said that he was having these twitches and whatnot. He didn't kidnap you, did he?
No, he did not.
Obviously, he didn't murder you.
No.
So I guess my question is, do all people with neurodivergent disorders respond to stimulation or overstimulation or situations the same?
No, they don't. But they do respond with certain stress reactions. We do know from purely a neurological basis that people who have autism or are neurodivergent with FASD or whatever else, that their ability to plan, and they're always getting themselves digging their hole deeper. The way that I used to talk to people in counseling is you're digging a deeper hole. It's one thing or another. I had a very brighter than Tanner, college and graduate student as a patient. And he would dig himself into holes continually. So he'd give a PowerPoint, and obviously he has poor communication skills, and he's very, in quotes, nerdy, and it didn't go well. And so what he then does, he leaves the classroom without anyone asking him a question. So then he gets in trouble with the dean, and then he doesn't agree with what the dean tells him, so he goes to the president of the university. This thing is just digging a bigger hole. He should have just not been so hyper-focused on his behavior and what happened and his stress level, and found other ways to cope. There could be a lot of ways of doing that. But so what we find is their behavioral patterns. Not every situation, Ms. Anderson, is the same, but the reactions tend to have a diagnostic and commonality to them depending on the situation.
What do you mean by diagnostic and commonality?
Well, we know that the brain, all of our brains work in a certain way. We all have to solve problems by looking around the environment, pulling together information, and then our emotional part of our brain has to have some control over the thinking part of our brain, and vice versa, to come out with solutions. When you have damaged those areas, that's going to be very different and difficult. And we know from research, and we know from clinical experience, that people with these disorders who deal with stress generally do not have good reactions. It's avoidance. Tanner has a lot of avoidance. It's meltdowns, which Tanner has had many meltdowns. My mailman was having a meltdown. These are predictable things. So not everyone's going to respond to the same situation in the same way, but the impairments are generally the same.
Dr. Brahms, when you were talking about mastering the environment, you used the phrase competent and confidence.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you mean by competent and confidence?
Well, in order to be successful in this world, you have some competencies. And to have competencies, you have to be able to follow through on things, pay attention, solve simple problems, not get discombobulated by stress. All of those things and many more are part of having this type of disorder and impairment that Tanner has. And if you don't feel that you're able to master the environment as a child or as an adult, Tanner could not master the world as an adult. He couldn't find the right place to live. He couldn't handle a job. He couldn't handle relationships. Then your feeling confidence about yourself is minimal, if not less than minimal, and you start doing things to make yourself feel better, whether it is resorting to fantasy or thinking you're someone you're not or hoping you are. Whatever that is, it's not a fully formed, competent, and confident individual.
How can trauma affect a person's ability to master their environment?
Well, trauma takes away from everyone's ability. I'd like to use Jackie as an example. I mean, his grandmother has had a lifetime of trauma, and her ability to focus and to think things through, she struggles every single day to do that because of the trauma that she's been through. Now, trauma can have both a behavioral impact because of your experiences. So someone is traumatized, they act out in certain ways, or they become depressed, or whatever that may be. It's somewhat more damaging, though, because trauma also causes changes in brain function and brain structure. We know that toxic stress, abandonment, which he's had a lot of abandonment, seeing things that no child should see, that type of thing, all of that impacts not just the way a child responds, but the way their brain responds, and the actual neurochemical changes in their brain and structural changes because of that stress.
You mentioned the term toxic stress. What does that mean?
Well, toxic stress, there's good stress and there's bad stress. So all children grow through stress. All of us grow through stress. So if we have a problem at work and we resolve it, we've learned a lot, we've grown, we're stronger, we're less afraid to make a mistake, we've figured it out, okay? That is a level of stress that we can tolerate, okay? Toxic stress is when we do not have the tools to overcome a stressful or challenging situation. It might be two things. One, it might be that the situation really is insurmountable. There are situations that will cause anybody toxic stress, no matter how smart we are, no matter how our brains operate. But stress can become toxic when that person has an impaired brain and then they're faced with challenges that you or I might be able to deal with, but they cannot. And that becomes toxic, especially when they're faced with those stresses over and over again. For Tanner, it was never knowing where his mother was, never knowing if she was alive or dead. It wasn't toxic stress like being beaten every day, okay? It was toxic stress that this world is unpredictable and this world is something that I cannot control or master every single day, and he doesn't have the skills that we do.
We're talking about trauma here. Did Tanner share with you some of the more traumatic events in his life?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Let's talk about that. Did he share with you about the time that he himself had been sexually assaulted?
Yes, he did.
What happened?
Well, not surprisingly, it was difficult for Tanner to talk about. What happened is that his mother, they were living on a property that had several homes, and there was a landlord. And as I think I mentioned earlier in my testimony, he was involved in setting a fire and causing some problems on that land, and he had to apologize to the landlord. And his mother, despite her difficulties, had him apologize, and he was sexually assaulted by that landlord at that point in time.
How old was he at the time?
He was about 10.
You talked about setting the fires. Were those fires, or let me rephrase that, was there any indication that those fires were set with the intent to burn down a house or to cause mass destruction or anything like that?
No, not at all.
When he told you the story about the fires, what did you make of the fires?
I felt that I was talking to a young man who was unable to predict cause and effect, and he thought it would be interesting to see what it looked like if some dry brush was burning, and it never occurred to him that that could spread.
When someone who has been sexually assaulted like Tanner was at such a young age, can that cause that person to to mimic that same behavior?
Well, I don't think that the research, again, Ms. Anderson, I know you're not a psychologist, but it's not a matter of mimicking behavior. It's a matter of when someone is sexually assaulted, there's a lot of questions raised in that person about their sexual competence, about why they were picked upon to be abused. And because of this, not everybody by far, they get into situations where they're exploring their sexuality and where they're trying to get some issues worked out about that. So I think what sexual abuse does primarily is put somebody in a position where they're unsure of their own sexuality, which can lead to many, many different outcomes. Okay, it can lead to sexual exploration. It can lead to depression. It certainly did for Tanner. He had some traumatic symptoms after that. Even now, it's in his memory. I would not diagnose him with PTSD, but I would say that at the time he had many trauma symptoms that sort of have remediated over time. But the actual event is something that he clearly does not get out of his mind. That is something that is still very troubling to him today.
And difficult to talk about?
Very.
You had mentioned earlier about identity.
Yes.
Tell us about that stage of development.
Well, during those middle school years and beyond, one has to establish who you are as a person. What am I? Am I a smart person? Am I good at certain things? What am I going to be when I grow up, so to speak? Much more than I want to be a fireman. We're not talking about a 6-year-old. We're talking about forming an identity that will lead into adulthood. So when Tanner was in those stages, most children in healthy situations have positive experiences. They're not bullied. They don't have home life problems. And they're able to have experiences that mold who they would be. For Tanner, he did not have those positive experiences. His identity started being formed as that alien, that person that can't really get along, who has to mimic, who doesn't really understand the social world around him. And when he started to develop an identity, what was left for him? I mean, what really was left for Tanner? Well, it was the odd things. It was the outlier things. It was the rock music and the heavy metal many people don't listen to. It was watching Marvel movies 20 times. It was Dragon Ball Z, a cartoon that I still can't understand, by the way. But it was all these things that he created his own identity. But it wasn't an identity that was the typical identity of I'm in 4-H, I'm in the school play, I play basketball, I do these things. At that point, he was a church-going kid, and he could not sustain that. Now, I know later on he's become much more serious about the values his grandmother taught him about religion. But at that point in time, he couldn't get along with the youth group there. I mean, I think he played some kind of musical instrument, but he shared. He's always an outsider. So he went to activities that made him comfortable because he found people like himself.
How would a person who has level 1 autism, how would that impact their ability to navigate this developmental stage?
It would be very difficult. I think having, I really don't like talking so much diagnostically. Level 1 of autism, to me, is worse than more serious autism. Because, and I know that sounds probably off the wall here, but I do mean that to some degree as a professional. Because if you are more impaired, people see that you're impaired, and people either have empathy or you get special services or whatever. But it's the people in level 1 that are the ones that are hidden figures. Nobody sees they see the superficial. They see someone who has a job or this or that and goes to school and graduates high school. Not greatly. I think he was like 350 out of 355 or something, but he graduated. Okay? And so what the issue here is for Tanner is that he didn't stick out. He stuck out as odd, but in terms of the services that he needed, like in high school, he had minimal services because people did not understand the depths of his impairment. They saw a kind of pain-in-the-butt, goofy guy who was sort of attached to school, who had his social issues, but nobody really understood the limitations that he encountered every day.
So it sounds like when we're talking about level 1, people tend to focus on the strengths and not the deficits.
Or they just don't see the deficits, or they see these youngsters, teenagers, adults too, as just odd or sort of bothersome or not really doing the job they should do. But I don't think that it comes out as a impairment to the degree that it really is like to have level 1 autism. That is a pervasive developmental disorder, regardless of what clinical level we put it at. I don't care if you give him level 2 or 3 or 100. Tanner is Tanner. Tanner has these impairments, and he has struggled with them without very much help. I mean, he had Miss Weaver, who's a lovely person, but the type of intense, continual intervention that he needed till adulthood and through, he did not have.
You had talked about his feelings and that he was gravitating towards outlier things.
Yes, he did, for sure.
So when someone sees themselves as an outsider or someone who just doesn't fit in, can their own, self-identity impact how others, is it a self-fulfilling prophecy, I guess?
It is. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, Tanner was, I'm going to say this, less capable than his peers that he chose. He chose outliers. He had 2 friends that I talked to who were punk rock, used drugs. They finally had a life, and they have a couple children, and they're very nice people. To this day, they look at Tanner as as they put it, their disabled little brother. They know that he doesn't have the judgment, that he doesn't have the social skills. So what we have here is Tanner went to a group of people, especially his bandmates, who were into all of this fantasy and all of this stuff. And even then, he told me he was kicked out of 10 bands. He does not know why he was kicked out. He has no idea how inappropriately he was from a social perspective. He told me some of the things he did. And they weren't dangerous. They were rude. They were comments he should not have made. There were things he did that were remarkably immature. And even those guys who were in that outlier group thought he was more of an outlier.
So how would having someone in the home to help form this identity affect their ability to form that identity?
Say that again more clearly, if you don't mind.
I don't know if I can.
Okay.
I'll try again, though. How important is it for a child to have someone to encourage them in the home, Dee?
Well, when you talk about adulthood and you talk about going into adulthood, you need to have the resources to become an adult. And I think that's kind of what you're getting at, in a way. Yes, I think you're talking about what do you need to become an adult. Well, first of all, you need to have a brain that functions well, because adulthood has complicated challenges, really complex challenges. Whether you go to college, whether you get a job, you have to have the ability to plan, to problem solve, to pay attention, to deal with stress, to control yourself behaviorally, not have meltdowns, all of that. But then you need to have a home that gives you some type of support and guidance. It doesn't matter, Ms. Anderson, if they're rich or poor. I have families that are not wealthy at all, and that their son or daughter knows that if they need $20 for gas, you can go to mom. They also know if they're having a problem with a girlfriend, they can go to mom or dad. And as you have that support, you're slowly able to start to acquire those adult skills and independence, that adult independence that we all need. But you can't just go from being a teenager like he was with these pervasive impairments, and all of a sudden he's in the adult world. There was like no transition for him, and he did not have the resources in his home or his cognitive neurological resources to really function as an adult. And I think we all see this over the testimony that's been given.
When we talk about adulthood and independence, I've heard the phrase fully integrated. What does it mean to be fully integrated?
It means that a person is able to accept their positive and negatives, that they're able to see themselves as a complex person, and they do not have to shut off certain parts of themselves. So if I make a mistake, and we all make lots of mistakes, if I do something that, let's say, is rude to Miss Anderson, okay, I wouldn't do that, but let's say I did. I made a comment I shouldn't make or whatever. That is still part of me, and I can analyze that that is it. I was either stressed, or there was something in my childhood that you reminded me of that I got upset about, or I was just in a bad mood. But I also can I can also understand that I don't have to kick that apart and say, oh, that's just somebody else doing that. That's not really who I am. Of course it's who I am. It is who I am. I did it. I said those things. But when you're fully integrated, you're able to understand and accept and pull together all parts of yourself. And that's a challenge. That is a developmental challenge, and it takes time to do, and some people never get to that point.
Was Tanner ever able to get to that point?
No, he was not.
How important is it to have coping skills in order to help yourself to fully integrate?
Well, the coping skills mean that if you do something wrong, like if I was insulting to you, I'm not going to deny it. I'm not going to make up untruths, fanciful untruths that, for instance, like, I was in the Uber going to court and the guy really scared me, and then I saw somebody who I didn't like, and then I was in the elevator and I got stuck, and that's why I'm in a bad mood. These are fanciful things. It's not true. The reality is I was wrong to talk to you the way that I did, and I'm able to accept that as part of myself. But when you are on, either have signs of FASD, where many people on the spectrum have a very hard time just coming to grips with what is going on in the here and now, as well as autism with the theory of mind issues, these are difficult things to do. So Tanner has a double, if not triple whammy. He's got difficulties in his neurological functioning from FASD and from autism, but he also has a family, as good-hearted as they may have tried to be, who just were unable to give him that type of guidance and daily reinforcement about how to function.
You mentioned earlier about avoidance. Is that how Tanner copes with things?
That is Tanner's main way of coping, is he avoids. He avoids through music. When he's stressed, he plays music. He avoids through watching the same Marvel movie 20 times. He avoids by watching Dragon Ball Z 100 times. He avoids by smoking weed. He avoids in a lot of ways. He avoids, and it doesn't work because he's still anxious and he's still depressed.
So how does he cope with changes?
He doesn't.
How does he cope with stressors?
He doesn't.
How does he cope with disagreements?
Not well. He leaves. He's not an arguer. He can't do the social, he can argue, but it's ineffectual.
How does he cope with adult responsibilities?
Very poorly.
And how is he able to manage multiple demands?
That multiple demands for anyone with his limitations are difficult, but for Tanner, they are really destructive. When he has multiple demands, especially in stressful situations like not having money, not having a car, having to go places, having to work, he completely melts down. It might not be crying, although I will tell you as an adult he's banged his head many times. He's self-destructive, he hits himself, he does things with a lot of self-hatred, a lot of meltdowns, all of this. But no, he does not handle complex situations, multiple demands, stress, in any way comparable to a regular adult.
When we're talking about the avoidance, you mentioned that he avoided by going to music.
That was a major way that he coped, yes.
So how do we, again, reconcile the type of music that he has, that he loves, the screamo and the heavy metal and
Yes.
whatnot, with the fact that so many people with autism have issues with noise?
Yes, but for Tanner, this music, which I made myself somewhat familiar with, is noise, but it's really for him white noise. Children on this, adults too, who have these disorders do very well in environments where like a fan is whirring or there's these white noise machines. Many of my clients, the parents would buy them these white noise machines where it just blocks out other sounds. But for Tanner, he knows the lyrics of every song. He has that control. He likes the loudness. It sorts out it sort of avoids the thoughts in his head. He completely goes into the music. And for him, it's calming more than overstimulating.
Let's talk about the interrogations.
Okay.
Did you see all of the interrogation videos?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, from a clinical point of view, what were your impressions of these interrogation videos?
From a purely clinical point of view, Ms. Anderson, if I was not involved in this case and someone just clinically gave me and said, what would you think about that person? If I knew nothing except the video, okay, and this was a test of some kind, I would definitely say that person was on the autism spectrum, without a doubt.
Why is that?
Because he had no ability to understand what the police officers and the Texas Ranger was trying to do, how he presented to them, why the comments he made would be taken so badly. I mean, his inappropriate comments about only wanting to see his son and about Christmas, among many other comments, he had no idea how that would be taken. He didn't understand how fanciful his lies were, if you want to call them lies. They're misinformation for sure. He had no ability to reflect. You could see in him the difficulty in communicating anything but these very basic, immediate needs and not being able to see the bigger picture of what is going on in those interrogations. It's just obvious from a clinical perspective.
What about from a forensic perspective? What
Well,
were your impressions of the videos from a forensic side?
I think in his own incapable way, he was trying to not tell the truth to the officers, but he admitted what happened to Athena. He did say that he was responsible for her death. He did say that. But then he tries to either delay the inevitable, try to come up with some type of excuse or something about what happened. I mean, you have someone here who's just incapable. This was not a criminally minded lying. This was some type of ineffective storytelling that anybody who would interview him would know would not be true.
How is this not a manipulation?
It's a sign of autism. It's a sign of what he has on. What is he manipulating? He admitted what he did. Eventually, I hate to talk about this, it's very painful to talk about, but they eventually found Athena's body. Eventually, he got them into the area. What is he getting from that manipulation? What is he gaining? He's gaining nothing. There's nothing to gain. My question watching the interrogation was, is this a fantasy? Is this him trying to be on Law and Order? Is this Tanner's just way that you're supposed to talk to the law enforcement like this? It seemed almost like he was movie scripting, like this was something that if you're caught, this is how you act. But it had no end. There was no purpose to what he was doing.
So when you're talking about manipulation, generally does a manipulation have a purpose to the end?
It has gain generally at the end, whatever you're manipulating for.
And in this particular case, there was no gain at the end?
I didn't see any gain at the end. What I saw was someone struggling to make sense about what happened and struggling to understand, which he did not, what is going to happen to him. To him, at that point, it was just let me go home and see my son. I don't think that he understood the gravity of what was going on or how the police and law enforcement, those Texas Rangers, would perceive him.
During your evaluation, did you discuss these interrogations with Tanner?
To some degree, yes.
And what was his reaction when you started challenging him on these interrogations?
He went back to the fact that nobody understood how much it was Christmas and he wanted to see his child. He told me that he did not really remember everything that happened. He told me basically he did not understand the gravity of the situation.
In these videos, we see Tanner take on the persona of Zero.
I know.
Does taking on this persona make any sense to you?
It makes diagnostic sense, absolutely.
Why is that?
Because you see this in a lot of people like Tanner, that's the lack of integration, the lack of integration. He cannot say, I did this. He said it happened, okay? He said Zero was involved in this. Zero, okay? Is there really a Zero? I don't think that there's a Zero that walks around with him all the time. Is it something that he has a Zero in his life that he turns to when things get bad, that he talks to, that's sort of a part of him that's not integrated? Yes. And I think in this very stressful situation, when you have to talk about something that is so horrendous, I believe that this was his autistic way of being able to talk to law enforcement, that Tanner Horner himself is not integrated. Tanner could not do this. He had to put some of this aside. I don't think that this is a fantasy. I think this is the same thing as when your 4-year-old breaks something and you ask them if they broke it, they have an imaginary friend or say somebody else did that. You know, this little guy did this. This is the developmental fixation that we have with Tanner. So, I don't think there's no such thing anymore as multiple personality. I don't think he has dissociative disorder. I don't think that he really has another person. I think you're looking at someone who is remarkably impaired and extremely immature for adulthood.
So in taking on the persona of Zero, it sounds to me that that was just his way of being able to tell the police the truth.
That would be my testimony, yes.
And so how do you tell if that's just not another manipulation?
Again, I don't see in the interrogation what he would get out of a manipulation. I don't see any gain. They know that he did it. He said that he did this. I don't see that there's anything else that he would gain. You've got to understand that Tanner also takes on other persona. I mean, he sees himself as a Marvel character. He lives in these movies. He takes on other identities. Not in terms of going to work and acting like he's Superman, but in terms internally fantasizing that he is some of these characters, that he could be that competent, that he could fly, he could be the superhero. And he lives in those movies. He lives in that music. You know, he lives in another space because, as he puts it, the Tanner space is not the best space to be in.
I guess the question I have is, could that be perceived as a ploy to feign insanity?
I don't, well, let me put it this way. He's never feigned insanity with me, ever. He's never said that he's had psychotic features or he sees things or hears things. There's nothing like that. He speaks about his depression very rationally. I don't see that. I did not see any feigning during the interview. I did not see him telling the officers, I have a severe mental illness, I'm mentally ill, I think that you're the devil. There's nothing like that. He is just somebody who comes across as very incompetent and unable to relate on an adult level.
Dr. Brahms, I want to shift gears a little bit, and
Okay.
I want to talk about antisocial personality disorder,
Okay?
also known as ASPD.
Yes.
What is ASPD?
Well, obviously it's antisocial personality disorder, okay? And I don't want anyone to get it mixed up with AS, which is autism. Okay, antisocial personality disorder is a long-term, ingrained way, maladaptive way of perceiving and interacting with the world, like all other personality disorders. Antisocial personality disorder means that the core of your character, the way you perceive the world, the way you interact with the world, is antisocial in nature. That your primary responses to situations would be to act in ways that are criminal or in some ways against the values of our society. So it has to be long-term, chronic, and it has to be really the core of who you are.
When you evaluated Tanner, did you find that he met the criteria for a diagnosis of ASPD?
No, I did not.
And why not?
Why did I not see that? Okay, number one, you have to look at differential diagnosis. Tanner has done some things that people might think are a little creepy. He's done some things that are not right. He may have been involved in some sexual other activities that may have been illegal. Never was convicted of those, okay? But he does things that are impulsive and not always in his best interest or that of others. However, when he thinks about the world around him, I never saw anything that he thought about things in a criminal sense. I have dealt with criminals for over 40 years, and their attitude is always criminal. They talk about their past experiences with bravado. They talk about being so tough and, you know, I can sell drugs on a street corner. I can do this, you know, I'm the toughest criminal. I don't see anything like that with Tanner. I don't think that the things that he emulates are superheroes, not criminals. The movies he watches are not, you know, criminal movies. They are fantasy movies. I don't see anything in him chronically, and I spoke to Jackie and his mother and people who knew him, his teachers. Nobody ever felt that there was a criminal attitude about Tanner.
Your opinion that Tanner does not meet the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality disorder is based on the evaluation that you did of him?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the interviews of, sounds about at least 6 or 7
Yes.
collateral witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
And the hours that you spent with Tanner?
Correct.
And nothing in any of that would lead you to believe that he meets the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality disorder?
That's correct.
Can the symptoms of his autism spectrum disorder, how do you determine what is autism and what is antisocial?
Well, you have to understand what it means to be autistic and understand patterns of behavior. You know, when I said Tanner's textbook for a lot of this, he really is. So you have to look at, the fancy word is etiology. You have to look at the foundation for where certain behaviors came from. So when you look at Tanner doing certain things, you have to understand that it's from the perspective of someone that has a neurodevelopmental disorder. And you have to understand how he thinks about the world. Did he think about doing something to be a criminal act? Or is just this a behavior that he doesn't really understand how other people will perceive this as maybe inappropriate or maladaptive? So when you always have to make a differential diagnosis. So for instance, this is maybe a silly example, but years ago I was giving a lecture to some teachers, and we were talking about diagnosis. And one lady raised her hand and she says, you know, I think my husband's crazy, this is what he does. And so this is what he does. Every Saturday he gets up and he mows the lawn wearing this pair of Aggie shorts, and he smokes a cigar. And he goes around and he's got no shirt on and he mows the lawn. So she goes, is there something wrong with him? So you make a differential diagnosis. Number one is that this might be just his way to relax. Number two, he just might have some oddities to his personality. Number three, you should be really happy he's doing the lawn. I mean, these are the differential diagnosis. Now, I could come on and say that it's inappropriate. He's wearing a shirt and no shirt and these stupid Aggie shorts, and he's showing off because he's a narcissist and he's a pervert and this, that, and the other. But then I ask her about him. He's a wonderful father. He's very silly. He makes stupid dad jokes. He is a stupid dad joke person. So she was just raising her hand in a teacher's workshop, but that is a differential diagnosis. You have to understand the person as a whole before you look at the behaviors and decide what the foundation of those behaviors are.
So it sounds to me what you're saying is that you don't take things at face value, you have to dig a little deeper?
Absolutely, and you would expect that if you went to a therapist. You would expect that for your family, much less for a court. It's very important to dig deeper and just not look at a symptom or a behavior as a behavior. You have to understand where that came from.
Can someone have an antisocial trait and not be diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder?
Well, all of us have antisocial traits. All of us have done some antisocial things. There's not a person among us who has not anything could be considered antisocial. You know, what does that really mean? Have you ever filled your cup up at McDonald's twice and you're really supposed to get one refill? Many people have. Okay. We've all done things. Have you ever run a stop sign? I have. Okay. Have you ever done things that are probably wrong? Yes. Everybody has done things that you know are against the law. Okay. And little things or bigger things. The question is, we all can have some traits and some behaviors, but that doesn't mean that we are diagnostically antisocial. It may mean that when we're risk takers than others, I mean, somebody on the jury might never fill up their Diet Coke again. I have. I mean, okay, I have because I had to be in court and I'm in a rush and I just put some more Coke in there. Is that stealing? I guess. Although one of my clients worked for McDonald's and said all their profit comes from pop. So I felt less bad. But the reality is that an antisocial attitude, Ms. Anderson? Probably a little bit. But does it give you a personality disorder? No.
Well, can someone commit a crime as horrible as the one that Tanner has committed and has pled guilty to? Can someone do something that horrific and still not be antisocial?
Yes.
The last thing that I want to talk to you about is his impairments. Dr. Brahms, did Tanner's impairments cause him to commit the act to which he pled guilty?
No, but they set the stage for his life.
Are his impairments and his deficits any sort of excuse for what happened?
No, and I need to say that none of my testimony in any way should be implied as an excuse for what happened. This is only an explanation of who this defendant is so that whoever decides his fate understands him as completely as possible, but this is absolutely not an excuse.
What about a justification? Do his impairments justify the kidnapping, assaulting, and murder of a 7-year-old child?
This has nothing to do with justification. It has to do with understanding the person who's before the court and being able to weigh their strengths, their weaknesses, and their ability to be compared on a level that maybe you or I would be.
And lastly, Dr. Brahms, you've spent time with Tanner in the jail,
That's correct, ma'am.
saw him interacting with guards,
Yes.
saw him interacting with other people in the jail.
A couple, but mainly correctional officials.
based upon your review of the records and your observations of Tanner, how well has he adjusted to life in prison?
I would say he's adjusted very well.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes,
Ma'am, how many psychologists does Tanner Horner have in this case?
I cannot hear you. I'm sorry, you're drinking water. I couldn't understand you.
How many psychologists does Tanner Horner have in this case?
As experts,
Yes.
I've never counted. I can try.
Well, he has Dr. Ryan, who you talked to, right? Is she a psychiatrist, psychologist? What is she?
She's a psychiatrist.
Okay. And you got Dr. Spence and Dr. Emhoff.
Yes, one's, I think, is more of an they're both autism specialists.
Right. And then you have some other people. You have Dr. Davies, who you talked about, had the fetal alcohol thing, right?
Right, I know Dr. Davies, yes.
And so would you agree with me, there's been a whole lot of people interview him consistently over the last several years.
That's correct, sir.
Interviewed him and asked him the same basic questions you're asking him about his family history, how he grew up, traumas, all of those things have all been asked multiple times.
In different ways, yes, and for different purposes, but yes.
Right. And so in this particular case, let me ask you, did you review all of their reports in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And let me ask you, where's your report?
I do not have a report
Well, why not?
because my testimony was going to be based upon all of the other people's reports, and that is what was agreed to by the defense, that I would wait until all the reports were submitted and testify from the information I have, not just from the reports, but from obviously many other sources.
Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out, you didn't do any testing.
No, he's been tested and tested. There was no need for me to do testing.
Okay. So part of what you're doing today is just simply repeating what other people have already said in this case.
Absolutely not.
Well, you're repeating things that you got from Dr. Ryan.
I didn't know that I was repeating directly from her report at all. I'm talking about Tanner's development. She's talking more about diagnostic issues, but I don't believe that I quoted her report in my testimony.
But you don't have a report that we can look at with regard to your findings and tell us that before we came in here today and you testified.
That seems to be correct, yes.
I'm just going to start from where you ended here. You said that Tanner has adjusted to jail life, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that's because he's been in SEG the entire time, correct?
Well, it could be SEG is difficult to adjust to. Sometimes people have a lot more problems in segregation than they do in general population, so that's a difficult question to answer.
Well, being in SEG, he's had no changes because he's been in SEG.
Not any meaningful changes, not a lot. Some,
He's had structure because he's been in SEG, correct?
that's correct.
He's had a routine because he's been in SEG, correct?
Yes,
And he hasn't had at least access to any other inmates, correct?
not really,
Physical
no.
access,
No,
okay? And the only people he would have access to would be guards that come by and interact with him at some point.
that's correct, sir.
Now, I'm trying to figure this out here a little bit here. You talked about he's got some development problems as a child. Is that right?
He has many problems with his development over the course of his trajectory of life, yes, that's true.
First thing you said is that he had a problem with reciprocity and attaching to others.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was the environment that he lived in and his mother's difficulty would make it difficult for him to have that stability and reciprocity. And I think that we see that in his adult development. That's what I testified to.
All right. And so because of that, that's why we've ended up here today. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely not. I think I just testified with Ms. Anderson that I'm not saying there's a correlation between what he experienced as a child and this terrible crime. My only role here today is to try to give information, unbiased information to the jury so they can understand Tanner more fully. I've not talked anything about the causality of this terrible crime.
All right. So all the stuff that you talked about with regard to his development up and through his childhood, you're saying that didn't have anything to do with his crime?
It has to do with the jury understanding what his functioning was like at the time of the offense and what his impairment has done to him over the course of time.
All right, so let's talk about that. Did you watch the audio and the video in this case?
Of what? Of the interrogation or?
Of the murder?
Yes.
Okay. And you've testified, and I'm going to try to use some of the words here, that he can't handle stress, he's impulsive, trying to remember several places here, but essentially he doesn't have the ability to cope. Am I right so far?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And
Well, to cope adequately.
cope adequately.
Yes.
So what is your belief as to what happened that precipitated him kidnapping Athena Strand? What's your belief on that?
I do not have a hypothesis. I've thought about this a lot, but that's not my job to address that.
Okay, what did Tanner tell you went on before he kidnapped Athena?
What he told me is that he believed that she saw him snorting coke, and he felt that this would be detrimental to his job. That is what he shared with me.
So do you agree with Dr. Ryan that this was all some form of catastrophe and cascade of decisions because of his disability that resulted in this? Do you believe that?
Let me slow you down for a moment. Dr. Ryan did talk about catastrophizing, which is a term that's used often in autism. Do I believe that he catastrophizes or digs himself deeper in a hole? Absolutely 100%. He's done that in relationships and jobs. As a middle school student, I mean, that is Tanner. So I don't know about Dr. Ryan. I believe that what her observations and her findings are correct. At least they're in agreement with what I feel independently about Tanner.
And so you'll agree with me that everything with regard to that theory begins with what Tanner says he saw at the time before he did it. Everything begins with that. Is that right?
My job is not to talk about the offense. You asked me, does he catastrophize? I agree with Dr. Ryan. I might use a different word, but I totally agree that he gets himself in situations that he cannot get himself out of. Yes.
I mean, don't you think the facts of the offense in this case are the most important thing that we can talk about?
But that's not, it's important for you to talk about it because you're the prosecutor. My job in this is only to talk about his development, only to talk about, to integrate what we know about Tanner, what we know about his disabilities, or I would like to say impairments, more, it's not really disabilities, it's a pervasive impairment. It's not to talk about the offense. That is for other experts to talk about, not for me.
But you would agree with me, you're offering it as some form of explanation as to why he did what he did.
I'm not sure you listened clearly to Ms. Anderson's questions, and I apologize if I was not clear enough. I am not offering this as an excuse or explanation for anything. I'm offering this because in a court of law, it is the jury or judge's responsibility to understand who they are sentencing and what that person's capabilities are. I am not talking about the offense. I'm not hypothesizing about the offense. What my role here is to present to the best of my ability what this man's development was like and how he ended up to be the person that he is. And that is what I was retained to do, and I've hoped that I've been clear as I possibly can.
Let's talk about his capabilities, since you mentioned that. In the murder video, you're aware that he had a pattern of covering up the camera immediately before, on 2 different days, before he arrived on the same exact road where he kidnapped Athena. You're aware of those facts, correct?
Not in detail, but I've heard those facts, yes.
Okay. And if those facts are true, you agree with me that that's some form of pre-planning or planning before he goes and does this to Athena?
I don't know that. I never discussed that with him.
And then at the point at which you said that he has, I think you said he has problems with impulsivity and problem solving, and I think you mentioned the word meltdown. Is that right?
He's had a long history of meltdowns in various ways, ever since he's been, 2 or 3 years old.
And when you watch that video of the murder, there's no evidence of him having a meltdown at that time, is there?
Well, I do not know what was going on with him in terms of his thinking, because his meltdowns as he became older are more like the stress reactions that I testified to about before. The confusion, the not knowing how to get out of a situation, the anxiety. He has continual anxiety. So I don't know. I do not see behaviorally a meltdown, but I cannot say that he was not, in terms of his emotions and anxiety, was not having difficulties in figuring out how to handle a situation. I don't know that.
Well, where did you see on that video of the kidnapping murder that he was confused?
Again, let me say that I did not see that he was confused. I do not know what was going on with him, but I do know that this massive reactions to stress, that his inability to get himself out of situations, that his ability to plan and to think about the best way out of things, this has gone on throughout his entire life. I mean, he ran out of Outback Steakhouse because the dishes were piled too high. That is how Tanner copes. He just cannot figure out a way to interact with people, problem solve. That's what he does. But, you know, I do not know what happened in that truck, nor it was my role to talk to Tanner about what happened. Whatever he volunteered, I took into consideration, but that's not my role in this hearing.
You used the example at Outback and you said the dishes were too high. You know that's not the complete truth, right?
No, it's part of the truth, yes.
Okay. So what's the whole truth?
He did not show up at work at some point, I know that. I don't have all the details about Outback, but what he did share with me was avoidance, was leaving, was quitting, was sitting there and looking at the dishes and having a panic attack, which is absolutely prototypical textbook for someone with autism. It's nothing that would be unexpected. I've had dozens of young people tell me that they've left their place of work because they're of overwhelming anxiety and confusion. So what he's telling me was not something to write home about. It's very much diagnostic.
Just wasn't the truth.
I don't know what the truth was. I know that he was honest and told me he didn't show up for work. He told me he became overwhelmed.
You said he has problems with problem solving and low process speed. Did I read that correctly?
Slow processing speed, yes.
Okay. When he's committing this offense, is he having problem solving issues and low processing speed?
My guess would be that if you look at this, and again, I did not talk to him about the offense, is that I think making decisions is difficult for him, and it would not surprise me if he did not have a well thought out plan about this, but I do not know that. I know he does not have a well thought out plan about many things, and I know his ability to process information effectively, both by testing, is very clear on the testing, and also by other people's evaluations, is limited. That's all I can answer.
You talked about Zero like being an imaginary friend, and you said that when it came to the interrogations, that was his way of talking to law enforcement. Was I right about that?
It was his way of trying to share what happened without, the word wouldn't be taking responsibility, but it would be very difficult for him to talk about those things, and this is how he's learned to cope. This is something over the course of time. This is not new to this evaluation. To that interrogation.
But in that interrogation, whatever imaginary friend he created didn't actually tell the truth, did he?
No, I'm very well aware of that. Is that what he does is I used an imaginary friend example of a 4-year-old, but what we're really talking about here is a not integrated person who copes in a way to try to distance himself. Instead of being an integrated part of him, he distanced himself with a Zero. You know, it's very easy to focus on Zero, but we have to focus on the totality of Tanner.
Well, you understand that when he was playing his imaginary friend, like you said, he was making up a consistent pattern of lies during the entire time, wasn't he?
There were a lot of untruths, that's true.
And he was also able and consistently to make up a pattern of information, where things were, details, directions, and things like that, correct?
Well, many of them were not correct, but yes, he finally gave details that led to finding Athena.
But still stuck with his lie about backing into her and everything else.
Whatever that was, yes, he told a story that clearly was not true.
And you know, he still lied about that in January of 26 when he got interviewed by Dr. Fritz.
I remember
He came
that.
back to that too.
Yes, I don't remember the month, but yeah, it was earlier this year.
So is his imaginary friend back when he's talking to Dr. Fritz?
His coping mechanisms are the same. His
So-
coping mechanisms of whatever his inability to tell the entire story is there. I didn't know that Dr. Fritz was going to ask him about the offense. I certainly was not.
So he copes by lying.
At times, he certainly does.
And he copes by avoiding responsibility by deflecting it off on anybody but Tanner.
Many times, yes.
I think you mentioned before, talking about theory of mind, and I believe you said, and correct me if I'm wrong here.
Certainly.
It's a problem with person having an understanding of other people's mental states, desires, intentions, emotions, things of that nature. Is that right?
I wish I
Theory
was
of
that
mind?
articulate. You did that very well.
Well, I'm repeating what you said, so,
I said that?
yeah.
Oh, that was good. For that, I'm proud of myself. Yeah, it's a difficulty in perceiving how other people perceive you, and a difficulty understanding like your own emotions. So it's this whole thing about how you perceive others and how they perceive you.
Right. And so what I look at that is, that's also how you understand other people perceive you, right?
Are you talking about me personally?
No. In this particular, when you're talking about here, it's also when a person like you're talking about with theory of mind, it's also their understanding of how other people perceive them.
Yes, there's a lack of understanding about how my actions would be perceived by you.
Right.
Right.
And so I guess in that role, when I watched the first part of the kidnapping video, you'll agree with me that Tanner Horner knew that Athena would be upset, and that's why he covered her mouth to keep her from screaming.
I know that he covered her mouth to keep her screaming, and I'm sure that he knew that she would be upset.
Right? And he knew that he was taking her to that first location where he stopped, and calmed her down and talked to her the entire time.
I
Correct?
do not know what was going through his mind. I cannot answer that because I don't know about the first location. I do not know the actual specifics that you might be addressing.
Okay. You didn't ask Tanner about it.
No, I did not. That was not my role.
Now, we talked about, I think you said that Tanner has difficulties in functioning in the outside world.
Well, yes, he does. He has marked inadequacies.
So things like having a relationship, job, friends, social life, being a parent, those were all problems for him.
All of them, yes.
But you'll agree with me that he had a job operating a FedEx truck for almost a year total, right? Isn't that right?
If you count, I guess, the two different contracts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so in doing that job, he would have to, operate the more simple task of operating a vehicle, right? But he would also have to operate it in a rural environment, correct?
Many of his routes were rural, yes.
He would also have to operate a GPS and operate package delivery, things of that nature, correct?
Probably so.
And you saw in the video where he's operating the FedEx device to be able to scan and deliver packages, correct?
Right.
And so, and he's doing all of that, and you don't see him having any problems doing all of that, do you?
Well, this is what I do know. He does all of those things. But when he changed the routes, he had really an internal breakdown. He had tremendous anxiety. He could not get to work on time. He had all kinds of other problems. So I don't know. I'm not saying Tanner has an average IQ. He is able to use a FedEx scanner. There's no doubt about it. My mail guy is able to do whatever he does with the mail, but he can't drive a truck because he has some kind of disability or impairment of some type. So yes, of course, no one has ever said that this is an intellectual disability. Let me be very clear to the jury. Tanner is not intellectually disabled, which is what makes this case so complicated for everybody to consider. This is not, in the olden days we called it mental retardation. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a complex neurodevelopmental syndrome.
Ma'am, I'm gonna stop you right there.
Yes.
Let me just go back to this here. You said he can't get to work on time.
Sometimes he can't. Sometimes he had no car.
You know he just got a new car at the time this happened, correct?
I think really recently to that. I don't remember the dates.
Right.
Yes.
And is it possible that him not getting to work on time is because he's partying on the weekends and doing cocaine?
That could be possible.
Is it possible that he can't get to work on time because he's playing video games and watching Dragon Ball Z all night?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I don't know. I don't know. I know that he loves video games. I know that he watches TV. I also know, like other people on the spectrum, he's incredibly disorganized. Getting his life together, the way that they lived, which was horrendous, just dealing with the daily tasks of life were very confusing to him. He was inefficient. That's the best way I could put it. He was inefficient. And that's just a sign of his impairments.
So back to what we're talking about functioning in the outside world. You read Dr. Emhoff and Spence's report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where they indicated that they felt satisfied that he had friends and things and a social life. You'll agree with that's what they said, right?
I'd have to look at the exact quote in the report, but I remember them saying that, yes, he had friends.
Okay. And he had a social life.
I don't remember those exact words, but if you say they're there, I'll take you at your
Well,
word.
let's talk about this. You'll agree with me that he did have a social life, being in bands, going out with his girlfriend, things of that nature.
Well, the bands were a failure, but he had friends. He did have friends.
Okay. And he had a social life. He went out, did things like normal people do, right?
Well, I don't know about normal, but he did go out and do things at times. They also stayed home a lot.
Okay. And then also was able to be a parent and have a child with his girlfriend, correct?
With as much outside help as possible from the mother's mother, who happened to be a nurse, and with as much help as possible from his grandmother. Despite his best desires and best efforts, it was incredibly difficult for them to take adequate care of that child.
But you agree with me, you said before that he has difficulty functioning in the outside world, but don't you agree that with job, friends, social life, parent, he is functioning adequately in the outside world?
Not if you take those apart functionally. No, I don't agree with that.
He's doing everything else that everybody else does in life, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Doesn't have a job, doesn't have friends, doesn't have a social life? How is that?
He's not doing that in a way that would be productive, in a way that's effective, in a way that would be reflective of his IQ. He is not functioning. Yes, he has a job, and he has a child that was incredible, as much as he loved that child, struggled to take care of. He has jobs that were struggles. He has friends that are struggles. All of these, you could, again, we're getting back to the superficial, and my role here is to go beyond the superficial.
So you talked about a little bit about his development, that he needed interventions and things of that nature. Is
That's
that right?
correct, sir.
Okay. And again, and with regard to interventions, are you saying that if we had had those interventions, we wouldn't be here today? Is that what you're saying?
I think there's a possibility, yes, I do. I think that Tanner would have taken a very different developmental trajectory had he had the services that he desperately needed when he was young.
So what he did in this case, the one thing I noticed you didn't mention is, did you ask him about what he did to Athena sexually?
He brought it up very generally, and I did not want to go into the offense, so he told me minimal.
Okay. So if he's catastrophizing, as Dr. Ryan said, and you seem to agree with that, that is his propensity, but he stops off in the middle and gratifies himself sexually in the middle?
I don't know if he gratified himself sexually. I really do not know. He mentioned one thing about it, and I did not go on with that because that was not my role to do.
What did he mention about it?
He said that he could not get an erection.
That would imply that he was trying to.
Yes.
Did you read the DNA results?
I know the DNA results, that his DNA was found on her. I know that.
Yeah. You know where it was found on?
Objection, Your Honor, it's mischaracterization of the evidence. within the record.
I don't,
Wait, rephrase your question.
Judge, she said she knew it was found on her. I just want to know if she knows where it was found on her.
Go ahead.
Where it was found, where was it found on her?
I don't have the specifics, no. I can't answer that question, I don't know.
That's what it's showing.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Brahms, the state asked you about the video of the offense and specifically about putting a sticky note up on camera.
Correct.
Once that sticky note is up on that camera, can you see what happens?
Some of it, I can see him.
But after he puts the cover on the camera,
No,
can't see what's going on in there. So the state is asking you to make a lot of assumptions on what is going on at that time.
that's correct.
Are you able to state whether or not Tanner was having a meltdown when you can't physically see him?
No, I hope that I was clear. I'm not testifying or hypothesizing or assuming what happened in that truck.
So if anybody were to get up on the stand and say, I don't see evidence of a meltdown, I do see evidence of a meltdown, I do see this, I don't see that, are all of those just based on assumptions,
They're all based on assumptions.
but no evidence?
That's correct.
With regards to this grand criminal scheme and plan that Tanner is supposedly engaging in, would it make more sense for him to cover the camera before he abducted Athena or after?
Well, that's Tanner. It would have made much more sense for him to have the camera covered before any of this happened.
But that didn't happen in this case.
Certainly not.
So if he were actually planning to do something like this, would it make more sense to have covered the camera beforehand?
Oh, without a doubt.
With regards to Zero, you had stated that Zero was a coping mechanism. How important, or how does Zero tie into Tanner's propensity for avoidance?
It is a prime example of a propensity for avoidance. Tanner's coping mechanism, based upon his developmental issues, based upon the way that he was raised, is avoidance. Whether it's smoking weed or watching movies, as the prosecutor stated, until whatever time in the morning, or playing video games, his life is complicated. Life is very stressful for Tanner, and escape and avoidance is how he's dealt with things throughout his life. That's what he knows, because he never learned any other way. Despite his grandmother's love for him, and despite everything, he just doesn't have that.
Dr. Brahms, you were talking about intellectual disability. Is this case about intellectual disability?
This is why this case is complicated. I think Ms. Anderson, an hour ago or more than that, I testified that this case is not a simple case of like abuse. It'd be very simple to come in here and say his mother was in a gang, she beat him every day, and she gave him a gun, and then he killed somebody in a bar. That'd be really easy. This is not easy. Okay, he is not intellectually disabled. He is neurodevelopmentally impaired, and there's a very big difference. This case is not about intellectual disability. This case is about neurodevelopmental complexity.
And Dr. Brahms, explain to the jury what intellectual disability is, just so we know what we're dealing with.
Okay, well, IQ is on a scale, okay? It's a bell curve. So what you have is you have this curve, and in the middle is an average IQ, which is 100. And that's fine to have an average IQ. It goes down by what we call standard deviations. So like an IQ of 85 is one standard deviation below normal. An IQ of 70 is 2 standard deviations before normal. below normal. In terms of going higher, a 115 is one standard deviation above normal, and then a 130. And that's how the population is. Most people's IQs are between about 95 and about 90 and 110. Everybody's in there. And if you have an IQ between 90 and 110, you can live a very good life. You're just intellectually normal. Okay, Tanner's IQ is in that range. When we talk about developmental disabilities, in the olden days we called it mental retardation, you would have to have an IQ of below 70. In a court of law, to be deemed intellectually disabled, which is a legal term, you would have to have an IQ in that 70 range, and, this is very important, like Tanner, have difficulties with adaptive daily functioning. Tanner has marked difficulties with adaptive functioning. If I had not known his IQ, okay, which I do because he was tested, and I just spoke to him and learned what he did in his daily life, I would estimate his IQ to be lower than what was tested. Okay, that's how he functions, lower. But he is not, in quotes, mentally retarded. This is not a case about that. It's a complex issue.
Can someone have an active social life and still be impaired?
Of course, he did.
Can someone go out to the movies, the bar, restaurants, and still be impaired?
Yes,
Can someone have friends and still be impaired?
of course.
Can someone be a parent and still be impaired?
It's hard, but yes, you could still actually have a child, but it's difficult to do the complexities of parenting.
Can you drive a car, deliver a package, hold down a job, and still be impaired?
Well, getting back to the intellectual disability, there are many people who have IQs close to that developmentally delayed, in quotes, mentally retarded range, and they're serving you, they're cleaning the floors of McDonald's, and they're absolutely fine because they can do that type of simple, repetitive work. So just because you have an impairment doesn't mean that you can't work. It's how that impairment affects your functioning in real life.
And Dr. Brahms, you had used the phrase, go beyond the superficial.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I meant just what I testified to, is that it is, okay, if we take a clinical situation, if you go take your child to a therapist, that therapist better go beyond the superficial or you should not come back, because they need to get to the core of what is going on, not just the behaviors. In terms of forensic responsibilities, it's my responsibility to go. Anybody can say he had a job. You can say he has you don't have to have a PhD, Ms. Anderson, to say that he had a job, or that he had a baby, or that he had a girlfriend, or that he had friends. The question is, what were those like? You mentioned going to a bar. He kept saying things at bars that would really aggravate people, and he thought he was funny. He wasn't. But did he go to the bar? Yes. Was he socially appropriate and made tons of friends? No.
The state asked you about the facts of the offense several times.
Yes, they did, ma'am.
In this particular case, did we ask you to talk to Tanner about the facts of the crime?
No, you did not.
Would it be important for your evaluation, the development side of it, would it be important to that evaluation to know about the facts?
Oh, well, I had to know about the offense, obviously, Ms. Anderson, but I did not, in no way would my understanding of his development have anything to do with what happened in that truck. I am here to talk about how he developed, who he is, what his limitations are, and in real life, what it means to have these neurodevelopmental impairments. Not just a diagnosis or a test score, but what it means for him over the course of his life.
And lastly, Dr. Brahms, the state mentioned that you didn't write a report in this case.
That's correct.
Is that uncommon?
No.
But the state had the opportunity to speak with you before about your findings in this case.
Well, they didn't ask me. That's true. The state can call me. They had the chance to interview in a Daubert hearing, so they knew what I was going to testify about. There's a pre-hearing where you talk about what you're going to testify about, and that was, I don't know, a couple months ago, maybe less than that, something like that. And they also have a right to contact me at other times, and you might want to have the defense attorney on the phone or on the Zoom with you, but it's their right to talk to me, and I would have talked to them.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Staten?
Ma'am, Tanner Horner knew exactly what he was doing when he kidnapped Athena, didn't he?
I don't know that. I did not ask him about the offense.
He knew exactly what he was doing when he sexually assaulted her.
If he's sexually assaulting her, he knew it was sexual assault. I will agree with that.
And he knew exactly what he was doing when he choked her and he beat her to death.
I know, I think that that is true. I think he knew that would cause her great harm, if not death.
That's what.
Ms. Anderson,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the defense rests.
Let me see the lawyers just a minute. All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Dool, Mr. State.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Tim, would you introduce yourself to the jury and state where you're currently employed?
Yes, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Timothy Fitzpatrick. I'm employed with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
And what is your position title at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice?
I am the Director of Classification.
And I'm going to get to your CV in a minute, but how many different jobs have you done in the TDCJ system?
I have done numerous jobs. I started off as a correctional officer when I was 18 years old. I have held every correctional security rank, so including sergeant, lieutenant, captain, major, assistant warden, and warden at numerous facilities before I was assigned as the Director of Classification.
And when you say Director of Classification, what are your duties as the Director of Classification?
Sure. So just at a high level, those duties include and begin with the admission of all convicted felons in the state of Texas. So we have 254 counties in Texas. When someone is convicted of a crime and sentenced to the Texas prison system to serve their sentence, I have a department that begins with receiving all of that documentation from the courts. We review and certify that documentation, and then we schedule them for admittance into our custody. We are then responsible for all the physical admissions. So when someone arrives at one of our intake facilities, we conduct intake processing, which is a 30-day comprehensive process that we put them through. We are responsible for all time calculations, so making sure that the intent of the court and what someone is sentenced to is calculated correctly based on all of the court documentation. We assign every inmate that is received to one of our 104 prisons in the state of Texas. So they are spread throughout the entire state, and we have to make decisions on where to best assign those individuals once they get to our custody. Once they're at the facility that they're assigned to, we make decisions on housing, job placement, and things of that nature. We also process all releases at the very end. So essentially the way I like to describe it is it's incarceration from A to Z. It starts at the very beginning before they even get to us while they're in the county, and it ends the day they go out the door. So we are involved from start to finish.
All right. And in this particular position, does that also include the Polinsky unit or death row in Livingston, Texas?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. And how long have you been doing this particular Director of Classification job?
I've been the Director of Classification for about 4.5 years.
And in this particular capacity, how many people do you manage in this position?
My division particularly has a little over 2,000 employees for the state.
And when we talk about, I'm going to use the term staff, Is staff, is that term defined, is that just prison guards in the TGCJ system, or who is that?
No, sir. We have a wide array of public servants who work within our prison system, so it's not just the correctional officers.
All right. So what other kinds of people would be considered as staff in the TDCJ system?
Sure. So we have staff that work, like I said earlier, in the classification and intake departments. Those folks do not wear uniforms like our correctional officers. We have maintenance personnel. We have employees that work in the commissaries. So there is folks, all kinds of support functions that have to operate a prison cell.
And in addition to those people that are employed by the TDCJ system, are there other people who work in the system but are not technically TDCJ employees?
Yes, yeah, we have a large base of contract employees, so all of our medical care is conducted by contract personnel. We also have the Wyndham School District that comprise all of our educational services for the prison system as well. So there's a lot of different contract employees that work inside the fence.
And then what about volunteers? Do you have volunteers that participate in the TDCJ system?
Yes, sir. We have about 29,000 or more volunteers that are approved to come into our prisons around the state.
Okay. And as far as the things that they provide, is that things like clergy, teacher, things of that nature? Is that what they provide?
Sure. So a lot of that volunteer base is for religious purposes. So you have different, whether it's a church group or religious organizations that have volunteers that come in. But also you'll see a lot of things like Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, anger management courses, things on how to be a better parent, things of that nature. So there's a lot of different organizations that have volunteers that spend their time to come in and try their best to help on that rehabilitation of the population.
Now, what I'm going to do is talk to you a little bit about the classification of people that are in the prison system, as we talked about, and then the difference between people that are in the Polinsky unit, death row, okay? So let's start and focus on classification for people that are actually serving an actual sentence, okay? I'm familiar, there's a G scale that we classify those people on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm just going to focus on two parts of that, just in the nature of brevity here. What's the difference between a G2 inmate and a G3 inmate?
Sure. So just for the jury's understanding, G just stands for general population. And we have a scale, like he mentioned, it goes from G1 to G5. G5 being the worst, G1 being the very best. The vast majority of individuals, when they're received within our custody, they start off as a G2 custody inmate. G2 just means that they're going to be serving less than 50 years in our custody. If they are going to be sentenced to more than 50 years, anything 50 or above, up to and including life without parole, they're going to start as a G3. So they're starting right there in the middle. And then anything above is going to be a behavioral issue, and I believe we get into that a little bit later, or I can cover that now. And then anything below that G1 is going to be reserved for a very select group of nonviolent individuals that work outside the fence.
I want to talk about offenses and potentially some myths here. Is it true that if someone commits a sex crime, that they're segregated from the rest of the prison population? Is that true?
That is not true.
And with regard to an offense involving violent offenses like murder, aggravated assault, weapons offenses, are they similar? Are they housed separately?
They are not housed separately.
So let me give you an example. If an inmate is serving, let's say, a 40-year sentence for murder, and then someone serving a 60-year sentence for as a habitual drug offender, right? What classification would the 40-year sentence get based on the G scale?
That individual would be a G2 if they have a positive, no disciplinary history. They would be a G2.
Right, walking in the door.
Sure, walking in the door.
And then the person that's a 60-year sentence because they're a habitual drug offender, what are they classified as?
They'll be a G3 walking in the door.
And somebody there for serving life without parole for capital murder, they're going to be what?
There would be a G3.
Okay. The same as our habitual drug offender.
That's correct.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the G4 and 5 quickly. G4 and 5, you said that had to do something with behavior. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So as I explained, the G2 and G3 is solely based on the sentence and the charge when they're received. G4 and G5 has nothing to do with their charge or their sentence. It has everything to do with their institutional adjustment. So how are they behaving once they're received into our custody? Are they complying with rules and regulations? Are they listening to the staff? Are they not getting into fights or altercations? All of those higher custodies, the G4 and G5, is based on the behavior of the individual once they're received.
All right. Let's talk about, just for information, let's talk about prison housing. In the TDCJ system, what are the two basic types of housing that inmates in the system, whether they're G2 or G3, that they have? What are the two basic types?
Sure. Two basic types is going to be a cell block environment, which is your typical cell that's going to have two individuals living in sort of a bunk bed environment on top of each other in a cell. The other environment is going to be a dormitory. Surely want to share this, that 51% of the beds in the Texas prison system are a dorm environment. 49% are cells. So those dorms can range anywhere from a small dorm, 8-10 man dormitory, all the way up to about 150 men or women in one dormitory together, essentially in cubicles.
Okay. And so, and again, I'm going to stay focused on just our G2 and G3 inmates, just trying to be efficient here.
Sure.
With regard to G2, G3 inmates, do they have access to either housing arrangement?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's talk about movement around the prison. What I mean is when G2 and G3 inmates are moving about the prison, are they secured in any way, handcuffs, shackles, things of that nature?
No, sir. They walk to wherever they're going to be going.
Okay. Even if they're serving life for capital murder?
That's correct.
Is this the same when they go outside?
Yes, there are instances where we have job assignments where individuals could work outside of the fence under armed supervision, but they are not restrained with hand restraints or leg restraints.
Let me back up. When a G2 or G3 inmate that's not going outside the fence, I'm assuming they go outside at some point.
Recreation and things
Recreation.
Sure, yes.
And during that time, is our G2, D3 inmates, are they chained or shackled or limited when they go outside?
No, sir.
Let's talk about meals. How does it work for those in either the dorm or the cell block environment? How does it work for them to go to meals?
When it's time for a meal, the living area where they are at are notified for the meal time. They then walk 25 at a time down to the dining hall. Some dining halls hold around 100 individuals. Some hold up to 400 individuals in one dining hall together. So they go in groups of 25, but then once they arrive at the dining hall, it could be a much larger group that's eating together.
And so this is the same whether you're serving 2 years for DWI or or life without parole for a capital murder.
That's correct. They would be in there together.
Is that the same for church and medical? Does that work the same for both religious services and medical?
Yes, it does. Same way.
All right. You said something about jobs. Let me ask you, are there inside the fence jobs available for inmates?
Yes, the best way I like to describe this is think of prison like a small city. And so inside of a city, you need every type of job, right? Folks that are going to be preparing and serving food, folks that are going to be fixing, doing plumbing work or other maintenance type jobs. So there is a vast array of jobs for the prison, for every single prison. And it is our goal to ensure that everyone is being as productive as possible while they're incarcerated. And so we do assign jobs to the fullest extent based on their medical considerations.
Yeah. And so is that, whether or not they have a job or not, is that limited by the type of offense they committed if they're a G2 or G3 inmate?
There is very minimal limitations.
Is it limited by the type of offense as far as violent or nonviolent?
No, it's not.
Is it limited by the type of offense, whether it's drugs or theft?
It is not limited based on that.
I'm going to talk a little bit about transport. Inmates that are serving time, including our capital murder inmates that are serving life without parole, are they sometimes transferred between locations?
Yes, we, as TDCJ has to make decisions on those placements around those 104 prisons, as I mentioned earlier. We move anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 inmates a day on buses or vans all around the state of Texas, so they are moved frequently.
And again, kind of the similar question with regard to jobs. Is that movement, who you're moved with, limited by virtue of your offense?
No, sir. It's only based on the custody. So when an individual, any individual G2 or G3 custody could be on a bus, and that's with up to 40 other inmates traveling together on the road.
We talked a little bit about medical treatment. Who provides all the medical care for the Texas inmates?
So we have two university partners. So the University of Texas Medical Branch provides the vast amount of medical services and mental health services for the entire eastern and southern part of the state of Texas. And then the northwestern part is provided by Texas Tech University.
Talk about housing, jobs. Let's talk a little bit about commonly, how does visitation work with people serving a sentence in the Texas prison system?
So we have two different main forms of visitation. We call them contact visitation and non-contact visitation.
And somebody serving in a G2 or G3 status, like we would talk about, are they available to have contact visitation?
Yes, they are.
And what does that look like for those of us who are fortunately not presently in the prison system?
Sure. So many of them are around a room this size. And within the room you would have multiple small tables, it could be round or square tables, and the family members, whoever that might be that's coming to visit, including children, would come in and sit at those tables around the whole room. And then the inmate would come into the room and they would sit. I mean, it's contact, so they're allowed to hug, they're allowed to hold hands, they're at the table with the person that's coming to visit them in the room with the other visits that are happening simultaneously.
Okay. And any limits on which G2 or G3 inmates are allowed to have this type of contact visitation in these rooms that you're describing?
There are no limits as long as the visitors are on their visitation list and meet the policy.
Now, what process is in place to kind of warn these civilians that are coming in there as to who's sitting at the table next to them? What process in place to let them know who's sitting around them?
That there is no process for that.
So the children and other people in the room, they're not made aware of who else is visiting them and what they did?
That is going to be protected information, essentially, so security type information, so we would not be able to tell other families the charge or the sentence of the individual sitting potentially right next to them at the other table.
And typically, how many guards are there in the room?
1 to 2 correctional officers in the room.
Let's talk about other services available to people in G2, G3 status. What type of things, for example, like entertainment, TV, internet, what types of things are available to those G2, G3 inmates in the prison system? Sure.
So almost every living area has what we call a day room area. It's just a common area where there's televisions. They can watch television throughout the majority of the day. They do have access to computers through different educational programs and college courses. The internet access is going to be very, very restricted based on the type of program or course that they're going through. So there is not just internet access for the population. And then they also are provided tablets. So they get a tablet that they are able to get their mail on digitally. They are able to read books on those tablets, send messages back and forth to folks that are outside of prison. They have games, music, books, everything else on those tablets as well.
And that's for all G2, G3 inmates, including people serving life without parole.
That's correct.
Now, we talked a little bit about volunteers that are in the prison system. With regard to these volunteers, kind of a similar question to visitation. Is there any type of divider between these volunteers and the inmates?
There is no divider.
And so, for example, if we're having a religious service, is there any process to make the volunteers aware of the people that are in the same room with them?
No, sir. Those volunteers come in and let's say they are going to do a church service on Sunday morning. We do what's called an all call, so we go to each living area and say, anyone that wants to come to this church service at 9 a.m., come on out and go down to whether it's a chapel or a gym area. It's just a little different based on the infrastructure of every facility, but once everyone gets down there, there could be hundreds of individuals in that room at one time. For that service, the volunteers are not made aware of every single convicted felon in that room and what their charges are, and they interact and mingle amongst the population.
Let's talk about commissary. A lot of people may not know what that means, but give us just kind of a general description of what is commissary.
Sure. So, way to think about commissary is just a store within the prison. They have spend limits based on their custody. So, G2 and G3 inmates can spend $105 every 2 weeks within the commissary. They can buy all different kinds of food, drink items, shoes, different small appliances. We sell alarm clocks, fans, things of that nature. So there's a lot of different items, hygiene products and things like that that are for sale.
And is that limited between G2, G3 inmates?
It is not limited, no.
Including someone who may be serving life without parole for capital murder?
They would have access to all those items.
So, just to be completely clear here, is there any, other than the term of sentence, is there any meaningful difference between somebody classified as G2 or G3 other than just their time of sentence?
The only real difference is when you look at basic prison life is going to be a slight difference in the job that they can be assigned to. So a G2 can have essentially any job in the prison setting. A G3 can have any job unless it has access to multiple areas of the prison. So a quick example is a G3 inmate could not work in maintenance because they might have to go and fix a shower on one side of the prison and then fix a toilet on the other side of the prison. So that's multiple areas. But that G3 could work in the kitchen because that's one area, or the industry building. So they surely still have jobs. It's just a small variance on the type of job that they can be assigned.
You talked about G4 and G5 inmates, and that is changes due to behavior.
That is correct.
And when somebody has that type of disciplinary issue, would that cause potentially their classification to change?
Yes, that is possible.
And for example, let me just give you an example. If a G3 inmate, let's say, commits a minor assault, one that doesn't require extensive medical care, is that something that they would have potentially a classification change?
Sure. So if someone commits an assault of that nature, a disciplinary infraction would be written. They would go before a disciplinary hearing officer, and if they were found guilty, they would then come before the unit classification committee. So it's a 3-panel committee who would make a decision on whether or not their custody needed to be downgraded. So they could be downgraded to G4 or G5 if it was more egregious, or remain at their current custody if the panel thought that it was not a significant concern.
So there's a possibility that one could assault a guard or inmate or staff, but not even lose their classification.
That is possible if it was not serious in nature.
Let's say they do lose their classification. What's the process for that to be reviewed and and change at a later date?
Sure. So if today somebody is downgraded to a higher custody, they have an automatic review date at the 6-month date of their downgrade. So 6 months later, they would come back before that committee again. We would reevaluate how they've behaved through those 6 months and then make a new determination on if they're going to be promoted or remain where they're at.
And so, once that's complete and they get their review, is the inmate then allowed back to the same access they had before?
Yes, if they are promoted, they go back to that same access that they had prior to the disciplinary.
And is it possible that somebody could commit multiple disciplinary infractions, including assault, over a long period of time and simply just move back and forth every 6 months between their classifications?
Yes, sir. It happens often. It's very fluid. So a classification is a very fluid process, and we do see that often where individuals violate rules and regulations, get downgraded, get promoted again, get given another chance, and then continue down that path of negative institutional adjustment. So we do see that often.
I'm going to talk to you just briefly about, I think it's called restrictive housing.
Sure.
These would be people that are, I would assume, are G5 inmates, is that right?
No, sir. Restrictive housing is actually above G5. So it's a more secure housing environment that is above the general population.
And is that based upon the offense you commit when you come into prison or something you do while you're in prison?
It could be a culmination of both. So there's only 3 reasons why we place individuals into restrictive housing. This makes up a very small portion of the Texas prison population, about 1.8%. They have to be a confirmed member of one of our security threat groups or gangs. These are one of our this is not a street gang. These are organized prison gangs. They have to be a member of one of those 5 gangs. Number 2 is they have to be a current escape risk, or they have to be a current significant threat to prison operations. So this is someone who has consistently displayed aggressive behavior towards staff or other inmates. So they have to fall into one of those 3 categories.
So it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what offense they committed on the outside?
Not necessarily, unless, for instance, they escaped from a county jail, per se. So that could be a situation where it was prior to incarceration, but the majority of these are situations that have happened during our custody.
While serving time, how does someone tell the difference between a G2 inmate and a G3 inmate?
Well, our line staff will not know that per se. They don't wear a different color uniform. They don't have any other identifiers other than for one of our correctional staff members working on the floor to understand or know that right away. There are, of course, reports and things that the classification and administrative staff can see to know who is doing what sentence.
I guess I'm trying to figure out, how does someone in the prison system, whether it's a prison security official, medical staff, or a volunteer, how do they tell if the person they're interacting with has committed a violent murder or they're serving 2 years for DWI?
They would not know that unless they looked him up on the computer.
Let's talk a little bit about behavior management. You talked about how people have reviews in a committee and things. In your experience, what's the best motivator for people to act right in prison?
In my experience, the very best motivator is going to be the possibility of parole.
All right. So the hope of getting out.
That's right. Hope is a critical piece that we try to tap into through management and rehabilitation. But yes, someone's ability, knowing that they have a parole review coming up sometime in the future, is a keen driving factor behind positive behavior.
Just in general, is prison a stressful environment?
I think that could be a very good way to put it. It is inherently negative, right? You have an environment where you have thousands of people who don't want to be there. And so, yes, it can be stressful. It can be a negative environment. And that's something that we have to manage daily.
Now, I'm just going to talk about a little bit how the prison system interacts with the inmates. Do inmates have any direct control over where they live and who they live with?
No, they do not.
Do they have control over the type of housing that they may have? You said it was dorm or cell block. Do they have any control over that?
They do not.
And then with regard to inmates serving a sentence, what is the possibility that their living arrangements may change?
It's very possible. Earlier I spoke about the fluidity of classification, but it goes deeper than that. So each of our prisons have different missions, right? Whether it's a security reason, a medical reason, a treatment reason, there are a large amount of reasons why someone could be moved internally within a prison or to another prison altogether. So that is something at the state classification level that we monitor on a daily basis and then make those decisions on those 1,500 plus moves a day around the state.
So with regard to prison life, is it possible that an inmate's location within the actual unit they're in, is it possible that that may change?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible that who they are housed with in a dorm, is it possible that that changes?
Yes, sir.
I think I already asked you this, but I want to make sure. Is it possible that they may be in Beaumont one day and in Wichita Falls the next?
Yes, sir, that is possible.
And that's just based upon what the prison system decides is in the best interest of population and efficiency.
That's correct. Yeah.
And given that propensity for change, given that propensity for stress, if any particular inmate who is triggered by that stress and tends to react with violence, does that cause any potential problems while in prison?
Yes, any behavior where the result of their actions is violence, that's going to be a significant concern. It's a concern for my staff. It's a concern for the other prisoners that are incarcerated around that individual. So, yes, the manner in which somebody reacts to their environment, especially if that reaction is violent in nature, that is going to be a concern.
And then secondarily, in the prison system, you said there's, I think you used the term infraction, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you just give us the 10-cent version of the types of things that may be infractions?
Sure. So you have on the low end things like they're not in the right area, right? Or they're not listening to an order that's given to them from a correctional officer, or they're being disrespectful towards staff, things of that nature. All the way up to significant contraband possession, cell phones, drugs, weapons, escape attempts, serious assaults, homicides. It is the full array, again, kind of going back to just the way it is here in society. All those infractions that I listed, it's the same thing within prison, with, of course, more structure and expectations on the way they behave and manage their behavior within prison.
And like you said, talk about drugs, not to speak ill of the prison system, but there's still drugs in our Texas prison system, correct?
That is a fact of life, yes, sir.
And, for example, I asked you before, if an inmate is caught committing one of those infractions by a guard, and their default, because of whoever they are, is to resort to violence, does that cause any problems?
Yes, it does. And to your question, go ahead.
Is that the same thing you described for somebody who reacts to stress and change? Is that the same type of problem?
Yes. Yes.
Now, kind of dispelled a couple of myths here. Is it true that there is a typical predator versus prey person or inmate in the prison system? Is that true?
There is no mold for me or anyone in a correctional setting to say this person will or will not be a predator or prey. No.
You just can't tell.
It is case by case. Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk a little bit about, I talked about the Polensky unit.
Sure.
And where is it located?
I was a captain over death row at that facility. It is in Livingston, Texas.
And so let's talk about a little bit of differences here. With regard to housing at the Polensky unit in Livingston, is it the two different types of housing that we have in the normal prison system, or is it one type of housing?
It is different and is one type.
Okay. And then with regard, I'm going to ask you some of the similar questions here.
Sure.
With regard to the movement of inmates within that unit, how does that differ from the regular, say you're a G2 or G3 inmate at serving time?
So, like I explained earlier, for that movement going to and from the dining hall and things of that nature, there is nothing like that within the death row environment. So, anytime before someone is going to be taken out of their cell within death row, they are completely searched, strip searched. They are then they redress, restraints are applied, the door is open, and they're escorted out of their cell with two correctional officers at all time, taking them where they need to go, and they remain restrained the entire escort.
And I'm going to kind of go through this quickly here. Is that the same for transport, medical, things of that nature? Does that remain the same for that?
Yes, transport's completely different. They will never be on a bus. Anyone assigned to death row is going to be in a van, a secure van by themselves with vehicles in front of and possibly behind, following and chasing that vehicle. Much higher level of security oversight for types of transports. For your question about medical, someone in G2 and G3, they get essentially what you and I would know as in a doctor's appointment, right? They get a little slip with their time. They show that slip to the correctional staff, and they walk down to the unit medical department. You contrast that with death row. Those individuals, again, are restrained and escorted to that medical appointment. There's no one else around. The hallways are cleared, and that staff remains with that individual the entirety of the medical or mental health appointment. So they are not going down there alone.
We talked about structure, routine, and change. Talk to us about the difference between structure, routine, and change between normal prison unit and the Polensky unit in Livingston.
Sure. So death row, by nature, is far more structured. It is they remain at that facility for the entirety of their incarceration up until that sentence is carried out. The structure of their movement is much different, as I just explained. So it is very different compared to the general population movement. The living area, they are in the cell by themselves. There's not a cellmate that's assigned to their cell. So everything about it is far more structured and a lot higher level of management and oversight.
Pass the witness, Sean.
Let's break for lunch, okay, and we'll start up at 1:30. All right, see you then.
Everyone move seat. Good afternoon. Mr. State, do you wish to reopen the briefly, Your Honor? May I approach? Yes, sir.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, I'm showing you this remarks, Exhibit Exhibit 310. Can you tell us what that is?
This is my CV, sir.
All right. Is that a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does that reflect the things you talked about earlier with regard to your work in the prison system?
Yes, sir, it does.
So at this time, we'd offer Stage 310.
No, State 310 is admitted.
Now,
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Patrick.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. Now, Mr. Stanton asked you some questions that made it sound like you're just terrible at your job. The prisoners are running amok, you have no way to know who's violent, and God forbid you transport them in a bus or they're just free in the wind. That's not accurate, is it?
No, sir, that's not accurate.
Now, what's your top priority for your division?
Our top priority as an agency is public safety. That is our number one core function, is providing the safe incarceration of individuals in Texas and protecting our citizens.
And that also includes the safety of the staff, the visitors, and the inmates. Correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me clear up a couple of things. You went through it pretty quickly on the Wyndham School District contracts for educational. Nobody's going to a school, right? That's them educating the prisoners, the inmates.
That is correct. They come into our facilities,
Yes.
and they have a campus essentially inside of the prison walls, and that's where they conduct their educational services. They also do vocational services, so they might be able to learn how to be a diesel mechanic or things of that nature.
Sure. And talking about inside the prison walls, a G3, which is anyone with over 50 years, would include someone with life without parole. That means they're restricted to living within 4 concrete walls, right?
They are within the walls, yeah. It could be concrete, it could be fencing, but yes.
And they're not allowed to live out at a work camp or anything like that.
That is correct.
And when you talked about working outside, you meant outside the building, not outside a prison facility.
They could do both.
A G3 could?
Yes, they could work outside the secure perimeter in what we call a field squad.
Sure.
They would be under direct armed supervision.
Now, you talked about there being 104 prisons. How many can house a G3?
34 of those prisons within the state they're designated to house G3 custody.
And you talked about your division is in charge of transport too.
That's correct.
And you do safely transport prisoners all the time, intake to different facilities, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir. That's one of our missions, yes.
Now, let's back up and talk a little bit about some of the things we've talked about before. How many employees does TCDJ have?
We have around 34,000 employees throughout the state.
And how many inmates do we have approximately right now?
This morning, the count was 142,464 incarcerated.
And it's your job to determine, your division, I guess, not you personally, but your whole division's job to determine which facility best suits the needs of an inmate.
That's correct. That is one of our goals.
And that's an ongoing process throughout their incarceration.
That's correct.
So when we're talking about reviews every 6 months, that's not because you're looking to be easy on people or turn them loose. That's because you're wanting to be current.
That's correct. That 6-month time frame was more specifically geared towards when someone gets a disciplinary infraction.
Sure.
But there are many reasons why someone could receive a classification review. It could just be because they've been accepted into a new program or things of that nature. So it is very fluid, and it does change often.
Now, let's talk a little bit about that. That determination involves more than just security, right?
Correct.
And what are some of the other things you're looking at?
Some of the biggest driving factors behind classification and placement is going to be their medical needs.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, if someone needs dialysis, well, that 104 prisons becomes much smaller on the options that I have on where to send and place somebody. Their mental health needs, their treatment needs, programming needs. So classification is surely a dynamic process of systems that encompasses a lot of different correctional professionals, medical professionals, all giving input and using tools to best assign someone where they fit.
Now, I think when we talked before, you said for the individual inmate classification, you're using a holistic approach.
That's correct.
And what does that mean to you?
So holistic, that's going to mean it's not just based on their sentence. It is not just based on their charge or their crime. We have to look at many factors. Some of them I just mentioned, right? Their medical needs, treatment needs, their criminogenic history, their demographics, their age. We look at all of those different factors and find the best placements for them around the state.
And for example, you mentioned before about how they've behaved in other facilities. An example of Tanner Horner, he's been in 2 different jails. That's something you would want to know and what happened there, right?
Sure. At the beginning, I talked about the intake process.
Yes.
And so when a county sentences someone or a court sentences someone to prison, the county has to provide what's called a penitentiary packet, or PEN packet for short. One of the documents that has to be included in that packet when it comes to the TDCJ is a jail conduct history. So, yes, I surely need to know what that conduct was like in the jail leading up to their transfer of custody to the TDCJ.
And we mentioned before, now, are all of your staff non-uniformed in your division?
No, sir, because I also oversee inmate transportation, so we do have a large portion that are non-uniformed. We have a couple of hundred that are uniformed.
And it's a couple hundred out of, you said roughly 2,000 in your division?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, when someone is convicted of capital murder and sentenced to life without parole, where would they go for their intake?
Say that again, where would they go?
Where would someone who's convicted of capital murder, given life without parole, where would they go for their intake?
We have 5 main intake sites around the state, geographically located based on the county. So we have a facility in West Texas called the Middleton Unit. It's in Abilene. We have a facility up near Palestine, Tennessee Colony area, the Gurney Unit, the Holiday Unit in Huntsville, the Byrd Unit in Huntsville, and then for South Texas, we have the Garza West facility that's in Beeville. So an individual sentenced to life without parole, depending on the county of their sentencing, we would schedule them to the closest facility for intake.
And that's not all of the facilities you have for doing intake, correct?
No, we have other facilities that do state jail and probationary type intakes, but those are the main institutional division intake sites.
And so those 5 will have the training necessary and expertise necessary to do that classification on someone who's convicted of capital murder and sentenced to life without parole.
That's correct.
We talked a lot before about the 2 different ways that they could reside, either with a cellmate or in a dorm. And some of those dorms are pretty large, right?
Yes, sir.
And that persons who are G3 would have access, there may be volunteers, there may be staff members, things like that, that they could have contact with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And obviously it's your belief that they can have that contact and you can still maintain safety for the public, for the staff, for those visitors, for the other inmates.
That is correct. That is the goal of the correctional staff on those facilities, is to provide those opportunities for folks that are trying to better themselves and trying to have a positive adjustment while in prison. One of our foundational missions outside of public safety is rehabilitation, because that directly impacts public safety. The vast amount of our inmates are getting out at one point. Last year we received 56,000 new inmates. We released 50,000. So those people are going to go out and live next to you and I, again, based on their sentence. So our goal is going to be rehabilitation, right there beside public safety. And so, yes, we want to do all we can to get them to those programs and make sure that those go as smoothly as possible.
Let's revisit a second. I know you talked about the movement around the facility, and it sounded a little willy-nilly. That's not what authorized movement means, is it? What does authorized movement look like for an inmate, say a G3?
Sure. So there's different reasons why they can move. So they could be coming out with a group of individuals going to a work assignment. They could be coming out and going to a program or to a meal. So there's different reasons why they can move in groups. There's also many reasons why they can move individually. So that example I gave earlier about the medical appointment, they wouldn't necessarily be going in a group. If just that one individual had an appointment, they would show their slip, essentially, and the officers would let them out, and they would walk through the hallways to go down to where their appointment was.
Is that what we mean when we say there's either a mass movement or they could have a pass to go somewhere?
Sure, yes.
Now, as part of that classification process, do the inmates receive a complete medical workup?
Yes, that's happening in tandem with the classification process. So during intake and then afterwards as well, they see nursing staff, they see medical providers, and then their electronic medical record is updated by the university partners, the medical partners. And when the EMR, the medical record is updated, that feeds into our inmate management system. And so we can see the vital data that we need. We're not going to see, for instance, someone's diagnosis, but we would see if someone, say they need a bottom bunk because they can't climb into the top bunk. So we would see different living and work restrictions that would impact how we assign people.
Okay. And in those 34 facilities, you're able to make those accommodations?
Yes.
Now, do they also receive a mental health workup as part of the classification process?
Yes, sir. Again, not as part of the classification process, but it's happening simultaneously.
Okay. So that happens, and that gives you data to rely on in doing the classification?
Correct.
Okay. So let's describe that quickly. You described the medical uploading their information, and there was a medical exam as well?
Yeah, so there's different medical evaluations, and they put that information into the electronic medical record, and then out of that, our system pulls vital pieces of information that could impact their housing or job assignments. Same thing with mental health. So for instance, if someone is in a crisis event or has some kind of critical mental health need, the mental health providers might tell us, well, that person needs to be assigned to a specific inpatient program. Which would give them a certain psychiatric score, is what we called it. That would then tell us that individual can't live on certain units, they can only live at inpatient mental health units, as an example. There's other things far down that spectrum where it might just say, well, he or she is taking medication. Well, that medication is not going to dictate where they live.
Okay. So that's both an exam, and I assume they're looking at mental health records?
But yes, yes.
Now, is G3 the minimum classification for someone who's convicted of capital murder and serving life without parole?
Yes, that is the minimum.
So they would never be in G2?
That is correct.
What is institutional adjustment?
The way I like to best describe that is when they arrive to the institution, how well do they manage that change? How well are they interacting with other inmates, with the staff, with volunteers, anyone else around them? Are they complying with rules and regulations? And ultimately, are they making the most of their time, or are they going down more of a negative path and violating rules and regulations and getting themselves into trouble? So it's how they are adjusting to prison life.
But once again, are you looking at how the institutional adjustment on the county level too? Is that something you take into consideration?
We do evaluate that during intake, yes.
And we talked about when someone gets downgraded to a G4 or G5. Those inmates would receive additional restrictions, I assume?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about you have different restricted housing available. Do you also have safekeeping housing available?
We do have safekeeping, yes.
How is that used?
So we have a small portion of our population that's in safekeeping. They still are in a cell block environment with cellmates. But we have a very robust Safe Prisons program and a PREA program, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. So you have a lot of different factors that go into evaluating someone's potential likelihood of being a victim within prison, or the fact that they have been victimized. We evaluate all of that, weigh it out, and then if the committee, again the UCC committee, that 3-person panel, decides that someone is in need of a higher level of safety or safe living, they could be placed into safekeeping status. They're still in general population buildings. They are just not in a general population living area. They're separated. They can still have jobs and go to the dining hall with other inmates and all those other examples. They just live separately.
Okay. So that could be within those 34 facilities we're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go a little bit bigger picture. Now, is there guidance available for how to manage and maintain a prison classification system?
Yes, it is. There is many different guiding policies and evidence-based practices that guide classification.
Now, I believe we talked before about the National Institute of Corrections had some guidance from the federal level.
Yes, the National Institute of Corrections puts out federal level recommendations and things of that nature that, depending on what that guidance is, could or could not influence the state of Texas policy that drives classification.
Now, obviously, Texas may have some of their own guidance from the legislature, that sort of thing, correct?
Correct.
Now, are you able, in your role in your division, to take that kind of guidance and then build on it to improve the system?
Yes.
And how often are you updating policies, procedures to try to make this a better system of classification?
It's frequent. There's many different standard operating procedures, policies, and plans. It's kind of three different buckets of information that are reviewed frequently. They could be updated because of new technology. They could be updated because of new, again, evidence-based data that shows us we might need to move in one direction or another. We look at different genders and how we're classifying females versus males. So there's a broad spectrum of changes that can and do happen throughout the years to make sure that we are providing for the mission of our agency, and that's protecting the public. And so we do not want to stay stagnant. We always want the most informed decisions guiding how we play out our mission in the state.
That was going to be my next question. And I assume when you talk about a prison being kind of a city, a secure city, you're also looking out for everyone within that city.
That's correct.
Now, I guess this is kind of obvious at this point, but you talked about someone on death row is obviously going to have less contact with everyone in that city than the other inmates, right?
That's correct.
But your division's job, that's part of what you're doing, is trying to make it as safe as possible for those people who aren't on death row.
Yes, to the
You
extent.
have that additional freedom.
Sure, to the fullest extent possible, yes.
What's a classification profile?
So the way that I like to describe that is this happens during the intake process, and then it never stops. So when someone comes into our custody, whether they're a first-time offender or if they've been with us multiple times, we are going to build a profile that works to encompass everything that we can about that individual. The idea is that down the road, the operators in the field have a good sense of everything about this person's history. So we go through family background, jobs, whether or not, any kind of gang affiliation, any prior arrests, whether they did or did not lead to incarceration. So we try to gather as much as we can. There's a bunch of different assessments that happen that guide treatment. So, IQ tests. We do an adverse childhood impact evaluation. We do the Texas Christian University drug screenings. So there's a bunch of different tools that are used during intake to build this foundational profile about every person that comes in our door. And then throughout their incarceration, that profile is constantly updated, again, based on that institutional adjustment. So how they're behaving, things could change from day to day, and that needs to stay current.
And is that information useful in fulfilling your primary goal?
Yes, it is useful.
Now, we talked about, I mentioned a second ago that the prison is kind of a city behind the walls, but this is a city that has 24/7 security, right?
Yes.
And the inmate movement is restricted,
Yes.
and the staff members are properly trained,
Yes.
and the civilians who enter are appropriately screened.
They are screened, yes.
So, in your expert opinion, is the process that you're using a reasonable and effective way to house someone who's been sentenced to life without parole while ensuring the safety of the public, your staff, the visitors, and the other inmates?
We do all we can to provide for the safety of the staff and for the public, so yes.
Pass the witness, Sean.
Redirect.
All the same exam processes that you went through and talked about with regard to someone serving life without parole in the prison system, did those exist in the Polinsky unit on death row?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about your goals and what do you use to be effective and provide a safe and effective place. But regardless of your goals, does violent conduct against staff still occur?
Again, just like the society analogy, we have laws to prevent violence against citizens. When you are dealing with a prison environment and in a society that's built up of, or made up of hundreds, if not thousands, of convicted felons, no matter how hard we try as an agency, we still have violence and concerns within prisons.
Is that your same answer when it comes to potential violence against volunteers that have been screened and in your prison system?
Yes.
That's what it is.
Mr. Goble?
Couple quick questions. For the G3s, are there any incentives for housing, things like that, that are available to them?
There are some incentives. So again, this goes back to the conversation of parole eligibility and hope. And so when I talk about hope within a prison, hope is a very intrinsic thing a lot of times. It's hard to tell who is going to act out because they do not have any hope. So we have, as an agency, an obligation to try to incentivize someone who may not, in other words, have any incentive because they might not be have a parole eligibility. So we do have some certain living environments within some of those prisons where if someone does not get a disciplinary case for X amount of years and they show good behavior and they're working hard at their job assignment, they might be able to live in an incentivized dormitory. But they're still within those 34 maximum security prisons. It's just certain dormitories within those prisons.
Okay. So there is positive reinforcement for even someone who's sentenced to life without parole.
Yes, that's correct.
And I guess specifically, it's already been testified to that Mr. Horner had no disciplinaries at the Wise County Jail or at the Tarrant County Jail. That's something your division would take into consideration in building his profile.
Correct. Up until the last day of his incarceration in the jail, and then leading up to the transfer to our custody, we would get that up until that very last day, and the county would let us know his behavior.
Pass witness, Your Honor.
Mr. State?
Nothing further on.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You ready for your next witness?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes. Disability.
Okay, do you want me to go through, I don't know how much they want me to go through of the questioning. Do you want everything that I'm gonna ask?
Well, you'll have to have enough evidence to
Well, under,
prove
yeah, just,
that it's admissible.
it doesn't have to be a full-blown jury issue, but enough for me to determine whether or not it could be proved beyond a reasonable doubt.
We're gonna, for purposes of the record, we're gonna call you Billy. We're just gonna use your first name, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you
Okay.
move closer to the microphone? There you go.
Yeah, make sure you speak up. How do you know Tanner Horner?
I know Tanner Horner because my uncle had a baby with his mom, and I was raised as his cousin.
And so how long have you known Tanner?
Since I was 3 years old.
Was there a time when you lived on the same property as Tanner Horner?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time frame that was?
2000 to 2004.
And after, around that same time period of 2003, 2004, was there some type of sexual assault incident that happened to you?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
It was a sexual assault down by Lake Worth Lake, right down the street from Tanner's grandmother's house.
And
Do I need to go into detail?
so, and that was, what location was that though, specifically?
Just to the right of the boat dock off into the trees right there.
And yeah, can you tell us, you don't have to give the full version, but what happened to you there?
He went back there, he pulled out his penis, he started masturbating. He told me to suck it, and then he grabbed my head and made me. And then he told me to bend over, he tried to put it in, it would not go in. And then he told me to continue sucking, and then he pulled out and finished by masturbating.
And did you tell Tanner no, or did you go along with it? What happened?
I was scared of Tanner. He's bigger than me, he's beaten me up before. I went along with it.
And after that point, was there a different incident that happened to you?
It was later on around 2007 when Paranormal Activity first movie came out. I woke up to him masturbating above my head. He pretended that he was asleep. I moved out the way, yelled several times, and he just kept on doing it. And then I waited till he went back to bed, and I laid down and went back to bed.
After these incidents, did you ever hang out with Tanner and one of his best friends, Cody?
Yes.
And can you recall anything about that event?
It was 4th of July. Tanner's grandmother had parked her van at the fireworks stand. It ran out of gas because I guess she was sitting on a hill. It wouldn't start. It rolled back. Cody gave us a ride home to his house, and in the car on the ride home, Tanner had mentioned he'd wondered what it would be like to kill somebody.
And how old were you about that time?
That time I was older. I was had it been 2008 or 9.
And so that first sexual assault was around 2003, 2004?
Mm-hmm.
And the second sexual assault was 2007?
Mm-hmm.
How old were you at those times?
2004, I would have been 10 years old.
And 2007?
Let's see. 13, 14, somewhere around there.
And then this other event was in 2009 when he made that comment.
Mm-hmm.
And how old, what is the age difference between you and Tanner Horner?
About 3 years.
Have you spoken to anybody about these sexual assault incidents before?
Yes, before the trial started, I spoke to the defense.
How many times?
Once she came out to our house. It was warm outside. I believe my kids had just started back to school. And she was in a white SUV, tan overcoat, and tan pants.
And did you have a phone call with anybody from the defense as well?
Yes, it was 2 to 3 weeks ago.
And in both of those conversations, what did you tell the defense? You don't have to go into detail, but...
The first one, I told her about the sexual assault. And the second one was over the phone. She initially called my mom, and I told her about the sexual assault when I jumped on the phone with her.
That's what it's judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sure. Now, there were some different dates there when you were answering those questions. Can you help me out? In the notice we received, it talked about the first incident being between 2001 and 2003. Does that sound right?
2001, 2003 would have been when he set the hay bales on fire and started a fire in his backyard.
That's when you were living at Risinger Road.
Yes.
Okay, so this would have been after that when he moved back to the shack.
Yes, around 2004 is when I moved off the farm. He was back at Jackie's.
Okay, and the second incident, is 2007 accurate for that?
Yes, it was the same year the Paranormal Activity came out because Melissa rented it from the Red Box.
Okay, so the 2004 incident, you two would have been what ages?
2004, I would have been 10 or 11. He would have
You would have
been.
been 12 or 13?
Yep.
And then the 2007, you'd have been 13 or 14, and he'd been 15, 16?
Yep.
And the statement about wondering what it'd be like to kill somebody, you said that was 2007?
That was around 2007, 2008.
Okay. So once again, he's 16-ish.
Yep.
Is that a yes? Okay.
And did you speak to your mom or anyone else about this incident?
No, I never told my mom about the sexual assaults or any of that.
Okay. Now, when you say you spoke to the defense, you don't mean Susan, right?
No, over the phone call the second time, she named herself Shawnee.
And was your mom present for either of those conversations?
Yes, my mom was present for the phone call one, and my mom was present for the one where she showed up at her house. I just happened to be at my mom's house when she showed up.
And what made you decide to come forward now?
The fact that he killed a kid and it's the truth needs to be told. I talked to defense and I told them many times I wanted to speak to the prosecution, and they never got me in contact with the prosecution, so I posted on Facebook.
You said many times, you said you spoke to him twice?
When I spoke to the lady the first time, I told her I wanted to talk to the prosecution.
Okay.
She never got me in contact with them. When I spoke to Shawnee, I told her I wanted to talk to the prosecution. She never got me in contact with them. So I went to Facebook, and then the state contacted me off of Facebook.
Okay. You posted on Facebook, and then Ranger Espinoza called you, came to see you. What happened?
WFPD Wichita Falls Police Department left a card at my door, and I made the choice to make the phone call to the Ranger Espinoza.
You're not pass the witness.
Redirect.
Nothing for the right now, Judge.
Any objections?
You're I object on the grounds of basically surprise. Even the last supplemental information we had different dates than he's testifying to here today. This witness was not. We've had a long extended time to deal with extraneous acts. This witness was not noticed to us before the trial started.
Those objections are overruled. He'll be allowed to testify, and you may have a running objection to his testimony throughout his testimony. Both sides ready for the jury?
Ready, Judge.
Let's go. Just a seat. All right, everyone may be seated. Ms. Dewell.
Thanks, Judge. Again, you can just use your first name, but can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Billy.
And who do you currently live with?
Currently live with my wife, my mother-in-law, and my 3 kids.
And how are you related to Tanner Horner?
My uncle had a baby with his mother, and I was raised as his cousin
So how long have you known Tanner Horner then?
since about 3 years old.
And during your childhood, were you around Tanner Horner a lot or a little?
I was around him a lot.
And what did you guys do when you guys were around each other?
Usually playing, he liked to pretend play Dragon Ball Z, and it ended up him just beating us up. Throwing rocks in the rivers, creeks, out there on Rising Road.
Was there a time when you guys lived on the same property?
Yes,
And what time period was that, roughly?
2000 to 2004.
After 2004, did you have any contact with Tanner Horner at that point?
Yes,
And where was Tanner Horner living at that time?
at Jackie's house in Lake Worth. Sorry.
What got you into contact with us, the state, in this case?
The fact that I told the defense I wanted to speak to the prosecution, and out of impulse I made a Facebook post.
You made a Facebook post. When did you post that?
I posted that 2 to 3 weeks ago.
And what did you post?
It was a post about, let's see, Zero is fabricated, Tanner Horner sexually assaulted me, and basically beat me and Nicholas up as children.
And when did you meet with the state prosecution for the first time in this case? Roughly.
26th of last month.
So of April?
Yeah.
From that Facebook post, you just mentioned that there was some type of a sexual assault. I'm going to ask you a few questions about that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The event that you posted about, and you don't have to be exact on dates, okay? But do you know about when that first incident happened?
The first sexual assault?
Yes.
The first sexual assault happened right around 2004.
And where did that happen?
Down the street from Jackie's house, Lake Worth Lake, by the boat dock, off in the wooded area.
And you say from Jackie's house. How far away from Jackie's house is this boat dock?
Not even 5 to 10 minutes.
How did y'all get there?
Walk.
So it's a 5-10 minute walk.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys go there frequently before this, or have you been there before?
Yeah, me, him, and Nicholas would always go play at the park, go down to the lake, climb on the rocks and all that stuff. They had piles of sand out there. And then one day, Nicholas didn't want to go with us that day.
Now, how old are you at that time, and then how old is Tanner Horner at that time?
I would have been about 10. Tanner would have been about 13.
So Tanner Horner's about 3 years older than you.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, is Tanner bigger or smaller than you?
He was bigger than me.
Can you go ahead and tell the jury what happened on that day?
About the whole sexual assault?
Yes.
All right, it started off as we were all going to go play down at the park as usual. We ended up walking down the street. Tanner wanted to go to the boat dock. We ended up going off into a little wooded area of the boat dock. Tanner immediately pulled out his penis, started masturbating. He told me to get down and start sucking it. I was scared of Tanner at the time, so I did. And when a little bit of time goes by, he tells me to bend over. He tried to put it in. It would not fit, I guess. So he turned around and he had me suck it some more, and then he finished by masturbating next to the tree.
At this point, why were you scared of Tanner at that time?
Because he would like to pretend play Dragon Ball Z, which ended up him just beating us up and kneeing us in the stomach.
And
I was scared of him.
the us, was that his brother?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was there another sexual assault incident?
Yes.
And again, we're going to kind of, I know dates sometimes are, but do you recall the date on that sexual assault incident?
Same year Paranormal Activity came out, the very first one, 2007.
Okay.
He woke up to him masturbating above my head. He pretended like he was asleep. I backed off in the corner. He continued to act like he was asleep. Then he laid back down, covered up. And I just stayed there until I made sure he was asleep, and I went back to sleep.
Now, at this point, I think you were probably around 12, 13 years old,
Mm-hmm.
and with the 2007 incident.
Mm-hmm.
That yes.
Yes.
The court reporter has to take down all your answers.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So just say yes or no.
Yes, ma'am.
So after these two sexual assault incidents that happened to you, past when you were 13, did Tanner Horner ever sexually assault you again?
No, he didn't sexually assault me again.
Okay. After this point, though, did you still have some contact with Tanner Horner?
Yes, I got dropped over there to hang out with him. My parents were going through their own issues.
And was there an occasion where you hung out with Tanner and his friend Cody?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell us about that?
No
Yeah.
objection, hearsay.
He hadn't testified as to anything said. Don't testify as to what other people told you. You can testify as to what happened.
Testify to what I heard, right?
Nope, can't do that. You can only testify as to what you saw.
I saw directly from Tanner.
Rephrase your question.
Can you, when you hung out with Tanner and his friend Cody, did Tanner Horner make a statement to you?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
And what did Tanner say?
Tanner said he wondered what it would be like to kill somebody.
How do you remember that statement?
But it triggered in my head when he actually did kill somebody.
And do you recall about when this happened?
It was 4th of July. It had been after 2007, so about 8 or 9.
So 2008 or 2009?
Mhm.
The sexual assaults that you posted about, and you just told us about, who else have you told about these?
I told
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. No, hold on. She'll ask you a question.
Now, Billy, in 2015, did you get arrested and ultimately convicted for a solicitation of prostitution charge?
yes.
That did not involve a child, though, did it?
No.
Have you ever kidnapped, sexually assaulted, or murdered a child?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
I'll pass on this, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Billy, I have a question for you. If the school records show that Tanner moved back in with Jackie in 2002, would that change the dates we're talking about for you?
I guess I'm going off my memory.
Okay. So if he was in the Azle School District in 2002, then we back those years up a couple years, would that still fit your memory? Would you may have been, what would that make you?
Maybe
8 or 9 and him 10,
probably, yeah.
something like that? 10, 11, something, 9, 10, something. Now, now, the second incident, when you two were teenagers, there was no physical contact?
No physical contact.
Now, you said that you and Tanner, you're not blood relatives. You're related through his half-brother.
Yep. Yes.
And your family and his family, before he moved back in with Jackie, rented houses on a farm,
Mm-hmm.
separate houses.
Yes.
So that's why you were around each other so much then.
Yes.
Now, at that time, when you and Tanner were forced to hang out a lot, were your parents struggling with an addiction?
Yes.
And Tanner's mother, and I guess her boyfriend at the time, your uncle, were they struggling with heroin and meth addiction?
Yes.
And did you tell, I guess you stated to Ranger Espinoza that Jackie was too busy dealing with those addictions to actually raise Tanner and his brother?
Yes.
Is that how you felt?
That's how I felt.
Did you and Tanner witness Tanner's mother chasing your uncle out of the house with a butcher knife?
Yes, it was me, Tanner, and Nicholas all put up a tent in the living room, and Melissa comes through chasing Eddie out the house with a butcher knife.
Okay, so
That was on Risinger Road.
And after that is when Tanner moved back in with his grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Did they get evicted?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Now, the time that you knew Tanner, was he ever depressed?
Not that I know of. He was just over energetic.
What about suicidal?
There was one time in my life when I stayed the night with him, and I woke up to Jackie taking him to the mental ward for a suicide attempt.
You remember, was that overdose or cutting? What was that?
I believe it was right after he got his shack, is the bedroom in the backyard.
Give me 1 second. I think you said that the last contact you had with Tanner was in 2018. You helped him get a job.
Yes, I got him a job at all my son's moving and storage.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Judge. Seems like the dates may be a little foggy, but is what Tanner Horner did to you, is that clear in your mind?
Yes.
Why come forward now?
I figured the truth needs to be told. He deserves to pay for everything that he's done.
Objection, Your Honor. Court's ruled on this in the motion limiting.
Sorry.
Sustained. The jury will disregard the last statement.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Goebel,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You go with the bailiff. I got to do one more thing outside your presence, okay? So let's take our afternoon break. I'll call you right back in.
Requested a short
7:05 hearing with the witness. So, Ms. Anderson, I'm going to let you go first.
Okay. Dr. Rambula, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Dr. Rambula, have you received any additional records since we spoke, or actually since you wrote your report in April of 2026?
Yes,
What records have you received?
numerous reports by your expert witnesses. Some of the notes, I didn't review all of them. The handwriting, I think, of Dr. Ryan was not as bad as mine, but I had trouble reading it. And then, let's see, I looked at the testimony from Cassie as well. And then I just listened to Billy's testimony today.
Did you listen to any of the experts who testified in this matter?
Briefly, there were two that I was able to follow about an hour each one.
Who was that?
The first one, I think it was Dr. Specht. I'm not sure. He was from A&M.
Dr. Edens?
That's it. That's him. Yes, sir. He might have been the first witness you had. And then briefly, Dr. Ryan last week sometime when she was on direct.
Okay. Based upon, and which, you said it was an interview with Cassie. Which interview?
It was actually not an interview. It was, I guess, court testimony from Cassie Wyatt.
Okay, do we know, was it her civil deposition? Was it the hearing that we had in this court? Which hearing are we talking about?
It was, as I put together, related to this case, so not the civil suit. I didn't know there was one.
Oh, let me ask you this. When you looked at the transcript of that, were there lots of black lines on certain pages?
Yeah, there were some holes. I can't say that I remember big black lines standing out, but there were holes. That's the best what I remember.
Okay. What do you mean when you say holes?
In other words, it wasn't confluent. There were gaps, so to say.
So it wasn't the complete transcript?
It looked fairly complete except for maybe some omissions or things that were either not transcribed or something like that.
We had a hearing that began in December of 2025 and continued in April of 2026, wherein we discussed your testimony and your findings. Do you have any additional findings or conclusions in addition to the report that you've already produced?
Yes.
And what are those?
Based on me looking at the records again, I remember that hearing where I hadn't reviewed for that, and the expert reports, the transcript, the testimony today. I do have an opinion regarding future danger.
And what is that opinion?
That based on the evidence, there is a probability that Mr. Horner will commit violent acts and constitute and be a continuing threat to society. I think I'm paraphrasing the statute, but I don't remember it by heart.
What do you base that on?
On the statute. It has to do with the statute regarding future dangerousness in sentencing hearings.
I understand that, but I'm asking upon what evidence are you basing your opinion that constitutes a continuing threat?
So previously, I expressed concern about his temper, his ability to control himself, the outbursts he had. I think I mentioned his attitude towards women in general, based again on the audio recording that I listened to regarding his mistreatment of Athena. And then after looking at the rest of the reports that from the experts you provided, it was clear that he had some issues with executive dysfunction, difficulty with emotional processing, self-regulation, basically anger, so to say. and that he was also impulsive. And so because of their reports and the evidence they provided in those reports, coupled with my concern already about his ability to manage stress, control himself, his behavior, and particularly keeping in mind what I heard regarding what he did to Athena, that was the basis for my opinion.
Are you going to render an opinion on any particular diagnoses that you feel would be appropriate for Mr. Horner?
Well, if anyone asks me, sure.
What diagnoses
Okay.
do you feel would be applicable to Mr. Horner?
So based on let's see, let me state it this way. So when I submitted my report, I had reviewed records that covered approximately 20 years of his life, perhaps more than that. And based on that information, I rendered diagnoses of depression, anxiety, longstanding. I didn't point out in the previous hearing that per the records, major depression recurrent was something that came up, unspecified anxiety. There may have been some features of panic attacks, but nothing was really codified in a diagnosis. Additionally, and I think I stated in my report, I suspected that there were some traits of PTSD based on the sexual assault he endured as a kid that he didn't want to talk about, but I still nevertheless included it as a possibility, not necessarily a disorder per se. Based on the records I reviewed up to my report, the diagnosis of ASD had been, I guess, by testing closed, that door was closed, so to say. In other words, the two psychologists concluded he didn't have it. But after looking at the reports from your doctors, who probably see ASD a lot more than I do because they see kids, I didn't have any issues with that. At the time that I looked at the records and interviewed him, there was an uncertainty on my part about how restrictive and repetitive his behaviors were, his interests. And that's one of the components and the criteria for ASD. But I knew he had some social issues. I mean, he'd had that all his life. But you have to meet two, and that's why it looked like he didn't meet the criteria. But once again, your experts, I don't have any issue with their diagnoses because they collected a lot of evidence and they see it more often. I spoke about personality pathology. That remains the same. He has significant features of antisocial personality pathology. There may be some borderline personality pathology undercurrents in there as well, perhaps narcissistic, and that's about it. And lastly, after my evaluation, I was not very impressed with the amount of drugs that he had been using before. He rather minimized that, and so I took his word at face value. And I saw some inconsistency in the records regarding his drug use, but your experts, particularly Dr. Ryan, uncovered a lot of evidence that he was using drugs a lot more. So I didn't identify any particular drugs. I just knew that he was using marijuana, cocaine all of a sudden, and it looks like there were some hallucinogens as well.
What about paraphilic disorders?
The same. He has some features of sexual deviance, and I refer to that. That was based on what I listened to in the audio tape regarding what he did to Athena. And then this morning or this afternoon when I heard Billy talk about it, that would infer that there's been some aberrant sexual interests that have been longstanding.
So it's your opinion that if something happens when a child is 10, that can create a longstanding issue when that person is an adult and does something like this at the age of 30? Not necessarily, but it's unusual for somebody to exploit somebody like that, particularly when there's a 3-year difference, the size is different. There's a lot of force involved.
I had expressed some concern regarding how forceful he was during sexual activity with his peers, and that's normal as long as everybody's consenting. But there was a question about Cassie, saying not, I'm apt to stop here, so he was perhaps pushing the limits more. And then when I read her transcript, she talked about some of the role-playing that they did. In particular, what caught my eye was when they role-played that he was her daddy and she was a little girl, which could very well resemble what happened between him and Athena.
But you would agree with me, though, that that's not terribly uncommon. I mean, we see movies back from the 60s and 50s talking where a woman is calling her paramour daddy.
Right. The role-playing per se was consensual. It was like people explore, but I can't disregard the similarity between their role-playing and then him acting out in a sexually deviant manner with Athena. And it's not unusual where that sometimes can occur when somebody acts sexually deviant towards another. You're right, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but those can be some warning signs when they show up in the records or somebody self-report.
And so you've read the records, you've read the reports from all of our experts, so you know that around the time that this happened with Billy, that Tanner himself had been sexually assaulted in a similar manner.
Yes.
And that wasn't of any significance when you looked at both of them?
The significance that to me was clinically apparent was the difference in ages. And when I say that, in other words, if Tanner had been at that age at whatever, 13, 12, whatever it was. 10. Acting out with another 10-year-old or a friend from school, that happens. But when that type of activity occurs with somebody that doesn't want to participate, there's a big difference in size, between let's say a fifth grader versus an 8th or 9th grader. That's a pretty big difference in developmental years. So that is a bit different. I'm not saying that laid the groundwork for what he did, but I didn't disregard it, and it certainly caught my ear, given the types of individuals I've evaluated in my sexually violent predator hearings that I participate in.
I'm sorry for interrupting. In this particular case, we're dealing with a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old.
Right.
So we're talking about two prepubescent children.
I understand that. Right.
Okay. You keep trying to put him in different grades. You'd agree with me that you're not going to find a 10-year-old in the 6th or 7th grade?
Probably not.
Have you made a diagnosis that Tanner meets the diagnostic criteria for any of the paraphilic disorders?
No.
Have you made a diagnosis that Tanner meets the criteria for antisocial personality disorder?
No.
So the only thing that you're here to testify to is that Tanner, based upon the records that you reviewed, that there's a probability that he would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society.
That's my opinion. The change in my diagnosis was that based on the evidence your experts collected, I didn't have any issue with that.
With regards to the records that you reviewed, did you review all of the records from the Wise County Jail?
Not all of them, no.
What records did you review from the Wise County Jail?
Whatever was sent to me. So there were notations of incidents, like for instance the suicide attempt. I reviewed that. There were some mental health records. I think it's Helen Therapy Center that provides mental health treatment to the detainees in jail. So I read all of those. If there's something else, then I didn't see that.
What about records from Tarrant County?
Yes, I saw those.
What records did you review from Tarrant County?
Up until In other words, there were 2 periods when he was receiving treatment from Tarrant County MHMR. I want to say one was 16, something like that, and the other was more recent in 22, when he sought treatment again. Up until October was his last visit, I believe.
One moment. Dr. Rambula, just one last thing, and it had to do with the records. Did you receive any of the Tarrant County MHMR records from the state?
Yeah, they're listed in my report, and I haven't reviewed any subsequent records from Tarrant County MHMR.
Okay. Lost his, pardon me, Doc, I've lost your report amongst all my papers. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Do you have a supplement or an addendum to your report that includes all of the documents that you reviewed?
No.
I think that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Berry?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Rambula, are you, in addition to the diagnosis that you've already stated in your report, and then just regarding the possibility of future danger, and in your questioning with Ms. Anderson, are you also going to offer, some characteristics that are found in both the paraphilic disorder and the personality pathology that you observe potentially in Tanner, whether or not he meets the full diagnosis, full criteria to be not diagnosed with those disorders?
If asked that, yes, I can answer.
Your Honor, other than that, I don't have any further questions.
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
Dr. Arandula, if you'll go with Deputy King for just a few minutes, we'll call you right back in, okay? Any objections?
Yes, Your Honor. We don't have any objection to the doctor's qualifications. We know he's qualified. However, he has specifically stated that Tanner is not diagnosed with a paraphilic disorder, therefore it would be confusing to the jury to start talking about what symptoms there might be. If it wasn't diagnosed, it's not relevant. Same with anything with antisocial personality disorder. If we're talking about symptoms, it's not relevant because the doctor has already said that Tanner does not meet criteria for antisocial personality disorder. We also have a couple of other things with regards to Dr. Arambula. One is he's used the term sexual deviance. That's not a diagnosis for the DSM, and if he were to be able to use the term sexual deviance, again, it can confuse the jury. Same thing if he were to try to use the phrase psychopathology or psychopathy. He has done that in the past in previous trials, and so we would ask that he not be allowed to speak about psychopathy for several reasons. One, it's not a diagnosis, and two, if he's allowed to speak about that, then it could confuse the jury. And Your Honor, there is ample research that shows just how prejudicial calling somebody a psychopath or speaking of psychopathy is. In fact, the research has stated that it's almost as prejudicial as referring to someone as a pedophile. So we know that the research supports the prejudice that it causes, and so we're asking the court to order the witness to basically stick to the diagnoses that are in the DSM. Same thing with sociopathy. It just goes along with the line that it is not a diagnosis for the DSM, and allowing the doctor to speak in colloquialisms, one, is going to confuse them, and two, creates a false impression in their minds as to the symptoms that Tanner may or may not have, and 3 is unduly prejudicial, and the prejudice is clearly outweighs any probative effect.
Your objections are overruled. You may cross-examine him on those statements. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll start up at 10 minutes to 3. All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Berry.
Thank you. Dr. Rambula, welcome. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. So my name is Dr. Michael Arambula.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a physician, a medical doctor.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rambula, as part of your involvement in this case, were you asked to provide a curriculum vitae with your background and education and some other accomplishments as well?
Yes, sir.
And did you also, as a result of your evaluation of the defendant in this case, write a report?
Yes.
And did you also provide us with handwritten notes that you had made during that evaluation and after, in preparation for writing your report?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'll offer in evidence State's Exhibit number 311, curriculum vitae, State's Exhibit number 312, the report of Dr. Arambula, and State's Exhibit number 313, the handwritten notes of Dr. Arambula.
No objections.
State's Exhibits 311, 312, and 313 are admitted.
Dr. Arambula, I'm not going to take a whole lot of time going through your curriculum vitae, but can you give us sort of an abbreviated version of what your background is that qualifies you to make the diagnosis and opinions that you're going to give today?
Okay. So I'll make it quick. I attended the University of Texas at Austin and received 2 degrees from the College of Pharmacy. The first was a Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy, and then later I received a Doctor of Pharmacy. As far as why I'm a physician, I attended medical school at the Health Science Center in San Antonio, and I remained there for my internship and then residency training in general psychiatry. I completed that in the summer of '91, and then I spent a year in fellowship training, that's subspecialty training in forensic psychiatry in Chicago, and that was at Rush Presbyterian St. Luke's Medical Center. That was a year-long fellowship which I completed in the summer of '92. I've been back home ever since, and I'm also board certified in both general and forensic psychiatry.
So having this dual, you have 2 different medical doctor degrees, correct?
2 different doctorates, yes, sir.
Yes. So with regard to your work in this case, I just want to ask you how you became involved in this case.
What I vaguely remember is that you called my office, I think it was in probably January of 2023, and arranged to meet in my office to discuss this case, after which you retained me to work on this case alongside of you, looking at records and then ultimately evaluating Mr. Horner.
And are you paid for your services related to this case?
Yes, I am.
And what is the total amount of payment for services rendered so far?
So based on the last invoice that was sent, I believe it's $28,400, maybe a little bit more than $400.
Now tell us a little bit about your experience dealing with psychiatric patients.
Well, I've been in practice a long time, so as part of my residency training and then private practice, and I still have a private practice. I see predominantly outpatients. Collectively, I've seen thousands of patients who have different types of mental conditions. So that's it in a nutshell.
Have you evaluated persons that have similar mental illness or / mental conditions that you have seen in the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
Have you also evaluated people that have different personality pathologies like you have seen in the defendant in this case?
Yes, I have.
And as far as criminal cases, kind of talk to the jury just real quick about what you do related to criminal cases.
Okay, so criminal case-wise, I've been in probably a few hundred criminal cases. And over my career, earlier in my career, I worked predominantly for defense, and then in the last probably 10, 11 years, predominantly for the state or the DA. I've evaluated individuals for competency to stand trial, for example, insanity, mitigation for like probation, sentencing, and I've done some evals for federal judges. A couple of federal judges asked me to evaluate someone representing both sides regarding their capacity to waive habeas corpus.
So with regard to this particular case, you said that you were asked to look over some records. Do you have a list of those records in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to read those, but just so the jury knows, those are listed in your report on page 1. Is that correct?
Yes, and those are the records that I reviewed prior to and as a basis for the report that I submitted to you in April of this year.
And we're talking about April of 2026, correct?
Yes, sir.
So now, at that time, was that report rendering opinions and diagnosis based upon an evaluation that you did of the defendant?
The defendant and also the record review of Mr. Horner.
So with regard to the record review, I want to ask you some specific questions. At the time that you did the record review and also the evaluation of the defendant in this case, did you know at that time that he was going to plead guilty to the offense when it came time to go to trial?
No.
And does that create some limitations with regard to whether or not you can give a complete evaluation of the defendant regarding punishment special issues?
No, sir, because of the evaluation that I conducted, and before the evaluation I discussed with Mr. Horner that it would probably be related to guilt, innocence, and maybe sentencing after. So because of that informed consent, so to say, I collected information regarding both. I just didn't submit a sentencing report, so to say, because he hadn't pled guilty, or I didn't know what was going to happen, so I wasn't going to do that.
Understood. So the type of report that you did submit to the court was based upon your knowledge at the time, which was that he had not pled guilty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, up until that time, pled not guilty. Is that right?
Right.
Now, what records, talking about specific records that you reviewed, did you review audio and video recordings in this case?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of talk about the kind of basic audio and video recordings that you reviewed in this case?
So the audio-video recordings were the investigative records, and that had Mr. Horner riding in his FedEx truck before this crime. And then I also reviewed the audio and some of the visual of the day of the crime. When I say some, because there were times when he would cover up the lens with what looked to be a sticky. And then I also reviewed subsequent audio-video recordings after the crime.
With regard to...
One more.
Pardon me, sorry.
And then I looked at the audio-visual recordings of the detectives who were interviewing Mr. Horner afterwards. I believe there were 2 of them.
And did you also have access to some sworn statements in the form of deposition or prior testimony in this case that you've had an opportunity to look at?
Yes.
And did that relate to persons that were family members or close associates with the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
And do you consider those to be collateral sources as far as your opinions go in your evaluation of the defendant?
Yes, they are.
Did you also have access to mental health, education, medical records of the defendant leading up to his arrest on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And are those also considered collateral sources that you used in making your diagnosis and opinions regarding the defendant in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
With regard to, are there a number of your findings in your original report that are based solely upon that documentation that you had prior to that time?
Yes, that's the basis for my opinions.
Now, as far as the investigative agencies that you referred to, did you receive records from all the different agencies that were involved in the investigation and the apprehension of the investigation of the murder of Athena Presley Monroe Strand and the apprehension of the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
And did you also review some records related to prior sexual assault victims that came from the Fort Worth Police Department here in Tarrant County?
I did.
Are those also considered by you to be collateral sources which you use to render your opinions and make your diagnosis in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what were you asked to do pursuant to a court order by Judge Gallagher in this case?
Pursuant to that order, as best as I can remember, it was to conduct a mental health evaluation of Tanner Horner relative to the criminal proceedings going on at the time.
And at that time, you were focused on possible guilt of the defendant, is that correct?
Guilt, and, well, it's not for me to determine, it's the jury, but yes, it was the guilt innocence phase of the trial.
And what date did that evaluation take place, or well, the interview take place upon?
It was February 27th of this year.
And where did that interview take place?
In this courtroom?
So here in this room, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And who all was present during that interview between you and the defendant?
So obviously myself and Mr. Horner, there were 3 deputies, but they weren't standing next to us, but they were in the courtroom. And then Ms. Anderson came in and out periodically when Mr. Horner, we took a break so he could talk with her.
And so at that time, did you have a discussion at the beginning of that process with the defendant regarding the parameters of the interview you were conducting and what that information could be used for?
Yes, sir.
Could you kind of describe that for the jury, please?
So again, per my training, I do this with every case. I discuss who I am. I'm not here as a treatment provider. Who retained me? In this case, it was the state or the DA. That it was a court-ordered evaluation, and there are a couple of guidelines associated with that because it's court-ordered. One is that the information we talk about may not be confidential, i.e. the judge wanted a report, and so I was going to put it in the report, and if it came down to me testifying, then again, the information would not be confidential. And then the second guideline in these kind of cases is that when I asked Mr. Horner something, he didn't have to answer it if he didn't want to.
And so were there some occasions where that actually happened?
Yes, there were.
So I want to kind of just have you tell me sort of in general about the level of cooperation that the defendant gave you during that interview for the evaluation.
So generally speaking, he was pretty cooperative. There were some areas that he was not cooperative with, and so we had to take a break And then with each successive break, he became less cooperative and worked up, and so I didn't pursue the last time that he didn't want to talk about something. I just let it go.
And so if he didn't want to talk about something, did he avail himself of the opportunity to go and discuss it with his counsel?
The last time...
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yeah. Sure. So it's, again, it's based on my training. I don't ask questions that might get somebody in trouble, for example. So I don't do that. And if somebody doesn't want to talk about suicidal ideation or drug history, it depends on whether that was important at the time of the offense. I can let it go. Sometimes I'll revisit it in case the person has a change of heart and may want to talk about it more. In some cases, when the refusal has to do with the mental state at the time of an offense, that's an important subject matter to cover. And so in that case, then I will ask the person to reconsider, which I did in this case. And then with further resistance, then I would suggest perhaps you might want to talk with your attorney.
Objection, Your Honor.
And then that's it. And then I let it go with that. And if they decide not to talk about it, then at least I've given them, the option to talk with counsel.
All right. So let's talk about what is contained in your report. Can you just give us a brief synopsis of not the details, but sort of the sections and how that report is set up? So if the jury wants to read through that report, they can do that.
So the way my report is arranged is I list the medical records first, and then I'll list a synopsis of my opinions. Okay? When you see the history section, that's based on the records that I reviewed. So there are no opinions or analysis in there. And then within that section, I will add the interview, because that's also part of the history. And then after that, then I go on to the discussion section, and that's where I repeat some of the findings in the history section, arrange them according to diagnosis that I've arrived at based on the records and his self-report, and then also my analysis of what's going on and how it relates to the offense, if at all. And then that's about it.
All right, so let's talk about your findings in this case. What opinions did you render as a result of your evaluation?
There's actually a typo here. There are 6. The first is he had a childhood history of abuse. That was in the records.
Okay, hold on. So childhood history of abuse. What abuse are you talking about?
Abuse I used in a larger term. Growing up with his mother, no offense to his mom, was not so stable. So there was some abuse in the form of neglect, things like that. Her and her husband at the time were argumentative, likely domestic violence, what I remember at the records, those kind of things.
Okay. But as far as him being abused, other than this episode that's the sexual abuse that's been alleged, did you have any other specific incidents of him being abused during his childhood?
Just the abuse and neglect predominantly by his mom, and then the sexual abuse incident when he was around 10.
Okay. So with regard to him being involved in abusing other individuals, were you here for the testimony here, previous witness in this case?
Yes.
And is that consistent with other statements in the medical records related to his abuse of his brother as well?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
There was a history of him having mixed symptoms of anxiety and depression.
Okay. And I think at some point you talked about possible PTSD symptoms, is that right?
Right.
And do you know whether or not he's been diagnosed with PTSD?
Based on the expert reports that I reviewed after I submitted my report, some of the experts arrived at a diagnosis of PTSD, some did not. Prior to my report, no, there was no diagnosis per se of PTSD.
So if you have an expert that said he tested him and he did not have PTSD, would that surprise you?
No.
Now, the next finding with regard to your report, what was that?
History of autism spectrum disorder, ASD.
And there's been a whole lot of testimony related to that. I don't want to go back into that specifically, but one of the things that is that you see with regard to autism spectrum disorder is resistance to change. Is that right? How would you say that?
That's one example, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you call it something called the order of sameness?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit?
For some individuals, not all, but it depends. They like everything the same. It's consistent. They repeat behaviors. That's one of the criteria over and over, like along with that sameness. And then there's a rigidity. In other words, that things have to be the same or people become upset. Not everyone, but some people who have ASD.
Now, have you looked at the, you said that you reviewed the videos in this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
With regard to the FedEx videos, were there multiple days which he was driving that were provided to you?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the day of the offense itself, did you go over that thoroughly in conjunction with the transcript provided to you as well?
Yes, a few times.
And were you able to look at that transcript to determine whether or not what was said on those transcripts is things that you actually heard yourself on that?
I did hear them, yes.
Okay. And so with regard to what occurred in the particular video on the day, what we'll call the abduction video, did you see his ability to adapt to change based upon changing circumstances?
Yes.
Okay, can you kind of explain that to the jury, what you saw?
So after he initially abducted her and was not talking much with her, then he started asking her questions about her family, school, things like that. And it, at least by my observation, Athena seemed more calm by that. So that was an ability on his part to understand the situation, what was going on, and change his approach. as opposed to just picking her up and throwing her in the back of the truck. So that was something that I caught. And then under that immense stress of having started that crime, he was persistent in in his activities with her, basically.
And after the crime was committed and the body was disposed of, did you see his ability to change again?
Yes, as far as not being detected, covering up what he did, those kind of things, yes.
So were those things consistent with autism spectrum disorder or something else?
It was not consistent with somebody who wanted sameness, for example, or couldn't problem solve under that kind of stress. And again, my presumption, and he said it was stressful, that taking the life of a human being is stressful. Okay? So I didn't see him struggling with those kind of issues of lack of problem solving. He was still trying to go undetected.
Now, the next diagnosis, I believe, was a history of ADHD. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the defendant's level of ADHD, was there anything debilitating about that with regard to him in this case?
Debilitating in the sense that he was socially a bit awkward, but that crosses over with ASD. So what I mean by that is kids who have ADHD, it's not unusual for them to be impatient and they kind of cut line, or somebody's talking and they interrupt, those kind of things. They might get on somebody's nerves because they're just throw themselves in. But as far grade-wise, he did actually pretty good. I looked at his transcripts. His IQ was average, so no intellectual deficits as a result of ADHD. But he was taking medicine, and it seemed like it was working to some degree as long as he took it.
So then the next thing that you say is a history of personality pathology.
Right.
And can you explain what that means to the jury?
Personality pathology is a broad term used to describe somebody who has had trouble interacting with others, basically.
All right. And are there different types of personality pathology?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of tell the jury about that?
There are many. I'm not going to be long-winded here.
I don't want you to list every possibility, but are there some specific ones that you believe apply in this case?
So there's cluster A, which are the odd personality types. Yes, he has some of those, but he also has ASD. So per my training, I check the boxes on both and leave the doors open to see actually what happens with it. He's gotten into trouble here and there. He has really big issues with his temper. He's always had that, been physically destructive. So clearly there were issues with antisocial personality pathology, and again with ASD, because he has issues with controlling his temper, impulsivity, those kind of things. So I checked both of those boxes. He was sensitive to abandonment. Those were, if you remember, he attempted suicide after his girlfriend left him, and that's not unusual when somebody's overly sensitive to abandonment. I'm not minimizing what he was struggling with at the time, and that falls under a type of personality pathology called borderline. People with borderline pathology also have issues with anger management. They can't control themselves, and their relationships tend to be very unstable. A lot of arguing, instability, those kind of things. So there are many things that showed up in the history and in the records that I reviewed that I was checking both boxes. Some were ASD, and some were also personality pathology.
And did you also mention something called narcissistic personality?
Yes. Yes. To some degree. In other words, he had, no offense to him, sometimes maybe an exaggerated opinion of himself, how popular he was, things like that. But not much more than that.
Now, your last finding, I think, is sort of the ultimate finding regarding the guilt portion of the case.
Right.
And what was that?
Basically, as a result of looking at all his history, he did not have a severe mental disease or defect, and therefore he would know that his conduct was wrong. In other words, he was not insane.
So, what experience do you have with dealing with sex offenders and specifically sexually violent offenders or predators?
In a nutshell, a lot.
Can you just kind of briefly tell the jury?
I'll keep it brief. So in my fellowship training is where I obtained my experience in evaluating and treating people who had sexual deviants / sex offenders. And that was in Chicago during my fellowship. And then when I returned home to Texas, our state enacted a commitment statute for sexually violent predators, which were the most dangerous repeat sex offenders who were about to be released from prison. And so we had hearings to commit them to treatment. And I've been involved with the state in those hearings for probably the last 25 years or so, hundreds of cases. That's why I said a lot.
You talk about in your report something called sexual deviance. Can you talk about that related to the defendant?
Okay, so sexual deviance in a broad term is an old classic medical term, and it basically correlates with a term you probably may have heard in this trial called paraphilia. And sexual deviance is basically when somebody has abnormal or pathologic sexual interests. And it largely has to do with individuals who don't give consent, so that's primarily children, adolescents, underage, and women who are sexually assaulted against their will. Or maybe somebody flashes somebody on a corner and the people around they didn't consent to that. So again, consent issues. There are less of a subset where if somebody is overdoing it in sexual activities that interfere with what they're doing the rest of their days, then that could fall under sexual deviance also.
All right, so talking about the evidence and the facts in this case, specifically related to the assault or kidnapping, sexual assault, torture, and murder of Athena Monroe Strand, do you see evidences of sexual deviance on the part of the defendant?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the jury?
So when I reviewed the audio recording, it was very clear to me that he abducted her primarily for sex. Because soon after he drove to the secluded spot that he had picked out, that's when he started engaging in sex with Athena. It's basically oral sex. He was teaching her how to do it, telling her what to do, threatening her, those kind of things. The things that I heard in audio recordings of victims in these cases, read about in investigative reviews of the victims in sexually violent predator hearings, all the same thing. So that's what stood out to me. So that's interest in sexual excitement with children is abnormal. And then the amount of suffering that Athena went through while he was victimizing her, that has some features of sadism. Sadism is where somebody either physically harms somebody or emotionally harms somebody, and it's part of the sexual experience. So there were two areas that caught me, looking through that interview and then correlating it with the transcript.
Now, were there other things other than just the facts of this case that indicated paraphilic features to you? As far as more than just the other evidence in this case, besides the kidnapping and murder?
So, to answer your question, interest, abnormal or pathologic sexual interest, they don't just show up all of a sudden like with kids. It's been brewing for some time. So I already knew that something had been going on. I didn't know why it was quiet, but something was going on, and that incident with Athena, it emerged. So that's the only thing I would add with that.
Well, you've also reviewed reports regarding the Tarrant County victims.
Oh, yes, I forgot about those, yes.
And also you heard the testimony just previous to yours. How does that influence you in those areas?
So, let's see. So those are, in other words, when there are other victims involved, and these are alleged victims, by the way, so these are not convictions, that raises for me sexual versatility. So there are numerous outlets for sexual activity that are, and also, involving his wife and other women at the same time. So he has both features, but it's clearly versatility and increased sexual activity. Let's just call it that way. That's what drives the exploration and the versatility.
Can you look at page 4? Do you have your report in front of you?
I do.
Can you read it's the third, page 4, and it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th full paragraph. And it starts about the third sentence down where it says he acknowledged the prior history of. And if you would continue that through the end of that paragraph. You see where I'm talking about?
Oh, is that the first paragraph, Mr. Horner denied any history?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but just, I'm not worried about what he denied.
Okay.
I'm more worried about what he admitted to. So if you would start with he acknowledged the prior history.
Okay. He acknowledged a prior history of sadomasochism and asphyxia, that's basically choking during sex, due to other women who encouraged him to participate.
Okay, so he's saying that he has been involved in, what is sadomasochism?
That's where the use of pain, the introduction of pain and humiliation into sexual activity for some individuals heightens sexual gratification. So spanking, hot wax, sometimes people use needles. Let's see, in his case, he reported inflicting cigarette burns during sex. So clearly, the experience of pain gets mixed in with sexual pleasure.
And then he also talked about asphyxia. What is asphyxia?
It's choking.
And you understand that he pled guilty to strangling and Athena and asphyxiating her.
Yes.
A person that does this in a sexual manner, do they normally do that to cause death?
In a normal manner?
No. If a person is doing these in a legal manner.
In a normal manner or legal manner, asphyxia does heighten sexual pleasure. Let's put it that way. As long as you can keep the person, in other words, you don't knock them out.
So,
I'm not encouraging anyone to do that, but that's basically it in a nutshell.
okay, so he admitted to you that he had used choking during sex in the past, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to other sexual behaviors, did you listen to the testimony outside the presence of the jury of the previous hearing of his former girlfriend and mother of his child?
Yes.
And what, if any, testimony that she gave influenced you in this area?
What was added, listening to that, reading the testimony that was different in the records, or in other words, added to the records, was she just...
Your Honor, I will object to hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, I really knew about the issue of dominance. He liked to dominate her, he was rough. She had to set limits at times, but she consented to it until she said stop, and then he did. There was some role playing involved as well. What they did participate in is him playing as if he was her father, her daddy, and she was his little girl or princess. And so they used to role play like that as part of their sexual activity. There were ropes. She was not too excited about that and didn't want to participate. He had talked with her about hog tying her. She said no, those kind of things. So clearly he has an interest in things, but he abided by her refusals and didn't go further, but the interest was still there.
Now, with regard to the way that he talks to her on the video related to this idea of sadism, can you explain your opinions related to the things that were said by the defendant to Athena Strand during the time, between the time that he kidnapped her and the time that he ultimately killed her?
So what I heard were threats. If you scream or if you say anything, I will hurt you. Later is I will kill you. He often called her bitch when she came to, so to say. He was clearly very angry about that. I remember a comment, what part of shut up don't you get, bitch? Those kind of things. So very degrading towards her after he had nearly beat her and strangled her to death.
Even as she is dying, does he make a statement to her about whether she's given up?
Right. Yes. Like she didn't know when to give up.
Talk about Tanner's reasons. Did he explain to you his reasons for covering the front-facing camera during the interview?
With me, yes.
What did he say to you?
It was basically to cover up his drug use during work.
Now, since you have reviewed the videos, were there times where he was actively preparing and then smoking marijuana on those videos?
Using a vape, yes.
Okay.
A vape pen, yes.
And, but did you ever see any evidence of any type of cocaine use at all?
No.
With regard to premeditation, do you have an opinion about whether or not this was a premeditated act, not necessarily with regard to Athena herself, but with regard to a child on that day?
Based on the evidence, yes, I can answer that.
We object. May we approach?
Dr. Ramulett, you can answer the question as far as, other than just covering the front-facing videos, what other evidence did you review that makes you feel that this could have been a premeditated act?
All right, so the word I use is planning, and that's what I'm looking for in my fellowship training. I remember in the investigative records that he'd gone to the site before he took Athena to the site, and that made sense because in the audio he's telling her, okay, it's going to get a little bumpy now, so he knew where he was going. I asked him about why did you stop at that spot. He said it was secluded, so he obviously selected that. I talked about grooming earlier. When he changed, how he was talking with her to help her calm down, to gain her trust, so to say, cooperation. That's what people who have some sexual deviance do to their victims before they exploit them. That's part of the planning as well. And then obviously walking her through what to do, how to do it, not to yell. That's all part of planning, okay, according to what he's thinking.
First thing that you said he visited the site. What site are you talking about?
The site where he stopped the FedEx truck, basically.
Where he turned off the engine
Yes, sir.
and sexually assaulted Athena Strand?
Yes.
He had visited that site previously to that?
That's what I recall in the records, yeah.
And with regard to his, does the fact that planning engaged in this and preparation, does that make it different from somebody that is just overreacting to something that happens in the spur of the moment?
Yes.
In what way?
So this per my training in evaluating individuals who are commit sexual offenses, most of the time there's planning involved, as opposed to somebody just attacks somebody out of a bush. Okay, that's very impulsive, and that's a very different type of sex offender. Probably more, there's other things going on with that individual. So I'm trained to look for whether planning is present, grooming, those kind of things. That's why listening to the audio visual of the abduction made sense to me, that it was planned.
So I want to ask you ultimately, because your findings are laid out in your report, but the one finding that you were not asked to make has to do with the special issues for punishment in this case. Do you have an opinion as whether or not the defendant, that there is a probability of the defendant committing criminal acts of violence in the future that would constitute a continuing threat to society?
Yes.
And can you explain what that opinion is?
Yes, based on the evidence that I've reviewed, it's my opinion that there's a probability Mr. Horner will commit future acts of violence and pose a continuing threat to society.
And is that true whether or not he is incarcerated for the remainder of his life?
Correct.
And can you explain that?
Okay, so not to rehash everything, but I'll just succinctly say he's had issues with controlling himself pretty much all his life for a number of reasons. That got worse as he got older. It culminated in this. Other experts have said he has issues with executive dysfunction, controlling his anger, emotional regulation, and impulsivity. That's all involved in this. So whether he's in prison, I've been in prison quite a number of times just to visit and interview people. It's like a little society, all right? So it doesn't really matter the setting, because he's going to come across in prison more or less people that he would probably come across in society. Because he has a mental health issue, history, he's going to go to the clinics. There are techs there. They're almost, at least for me, my experience, most of them are females, techs, nurse practitioners, therapists, and there are female guards, of course. So it's a replica of our community, but it differs, obviously. The type of people that live there are also very aggressive, threatening. It's stressful, at least from the people I've talked to.
Now, I want to talk to you about incidents specific to you. You said that when you did your interview with the defendant, it was you, the defendant, and 3 guards in this room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain the situation that happened with regard to when you were questioning the defendant related to whether or not he sexually assaulted Athena Presley Monroe Strand?
Okay. So that was towards the end of the interview, and we'd taken some breaks because he didn't want to answer questions, and that's okay. But he was becoming a little bit more worked up, and this last question, I was looking at the transcript, and he was kind of critiquing me that transcript was the DA had made up, and it had inaccuracies and blah, 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 and he didn't do anything to Athena, et cetera, et cetera. And then I responded to him, I heard everything you told her. And it just stopped him. He was very upset. His stare went right through me. It took me aback because I wasn't expecting that. And then the rest of the interview, I didn't challenge him after that because I could sense his anger.
Was it incongruous with what you had up until that point?
Yeah, as I said, there was some increasing irritability when he refused to talk about certain subjects, and then he would come back and say, I needed a break. That's fine, I understand that. But this one was different. I was not expecting that type of anger from him.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Oh, yes. Dr. Rambula, we had a hearing back in December to discuss your review of the records and your opinions in this case. Is that correct?
Right.
And at that time, you had not evaluated Tanner Horner. So
Right.
you really didn't have a lot of opinions on that day, did you?
Right.
You had the opportunity to review all the records in this case, is that right?
Yes.
The records you reviewed, and I imagine you did a thorough review of the records, right?
Yes. I mean, let me add, there were a lot of Facebook posts, and some of them may have been years ago, and so I just kind of scanned them, for example. But I looked at them all. I just didn't spend a lot of time on some compared to others.
So you scrolled through all 10,000 pages of the Facebook records?
I didn't have 10,000 pages. I didn't count the Facebook posts, so I don't know how many there were.
Are these posts that were provided to you from the state?
Yes.
So they didn't provide you the entire 10,000 pages of the Facebook records?
I don't recall that there were 10,000 pages of Facebook posts. No.
So the state only provided you the posts that they wanted you to see?
No, not necessarily, because when I'm going through the hard drive, portable hard drive, there may be some elements in the history that I print. I'm old-fashioned and I print stuff. And then other pages that I'm not going to print. And I decide that by looking at it. And so if it's just social commentary, things like that, I'm probably not going to print it.
All right, so you also did a thorough review of all the medical records in this case.
Yes.
And the records that you reviewed, I think you said were listed on your report.
Yes, ma'am.
So you looked at his mental health records.
I did.
You looked at his physical health records.
Yes.
You looked at the records from the sheriff's office in Wise County.
Investigative records, yes, ma'am.
And those investigative records, would that be the records related to the suicide attempt?
You mean the one in the jail? Or?
Yes.
Yes, I saw those records also.
So when we were here back in December, you hadn't evaluated him and you hadn't reviewed all the records. We had another hearing back in April of this year. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And we asked you a lot of questions about the records you reviewed and about your opinions in the case. And you didn't update your report with any new opinions, did you?
I did not.
Did not issue any supplemental report.
Correct.
And you had over 4 weeks to do that.
Before the hearing, you mean?
From the hearing until now.
That's correct.
But you did amend it because you had some typos in there, right?
Yes.
And we're not going to hold those against you, we all do
Okay.
it. But you had the ability to amend your report.
To add to it, yes, covering the sentencing issues, yes, I could have done that at best, yes.
So, you talked about the sources that you used, and I don't see a new list of records that you reviewed on your report.
Correct, because I hadn't received that list yet.
So you mentioned nothing in your report about deposition or the prior testimony of the mother of Tanner's child.
That's actually in the investigative records. I don't remember which law enforcement agency it was, but it was in that.
All right, so when you look at collateral sources, you would agree with me that collateral sources are an important source of information.
They typically are, it just depends.
And if there is an issue with inconsistency or inconclusions or poor historian, just with the person that you're evaluating, if it shows that they are a poor historian, isn't it important to go back and look at collateral sources to try to, either shore up what they're saying or disprove what they're saying?
In the instance where somebody doesn't remember something, then collateral information fills in the hole. If somebody misreports something or they exaggerate it or deny it, then if I obtain collateral information that, let's say, is hypothetically correct, I don't disregard what was told to me initially. In other words, they all coexist.
So let me ask you this. As a forensic psychiatrist, you typically don't administer any testing, do you?
That's correct.
But you do rely upon the reports of people who did administer the testing.
Yes, I do.
And you reviewed all of the reports from our doctors,
I did.
all the reports from our experts, and you had the complete file of the DA. Did you review all 40 hours of the video that was provided to you?
Probably.
And how much do you charge an hour?
$3.50 an hour.
So if your bill is $28,400 divided by 350, that's about 81 hours you've put into this case so far?
Up to the time of the billing. I think the last bill was April, so it wouldn't include whatever I've done getting ready for this trial. And
Okay. Go ahead.
I didn't review your experts, which took some time to read also.
So half the time that you spent preparing for this trial was watching the videos?
Most of it, yes, because like you said, it was close to 30, 40 hours, so that was a long time. The records, no offense, some of them become redundant because they're different agencies and they're all there. And so I don't spend as much time when it's telling me that basically the record is telling me the same thing.
When you found out that Tanner had entered a plea of guilty in this case, that changed the focus of your testimony, is that correct?
I thought it would change the focus, yes, ma'am.
So your original focus, it appears, was to determine whether or not he was insane at the time of the commission of the offense.
Essentially that, or what mental state issues were at the time of the offense.
Are you familiar with the laws regarding the insanity defense in Texas?
I remember the basic verbiage.
So are you aware that in order to present such a defense, the defense would actually have to give the state notice that that was their intent?
That's been my experience. I'm not a lawyer, but it's been my experience, yes.
So in this particular case, to your knowledge, did the defense give the state notice that they were going to use the insanity defense? Or that we were going to use the insanity defense?
I did not know at the time, but again, this is guilt-innocence phase, and so that would infer to me that it could be insanity or something that affected specific intent. I didn't think that was involved in this type of case, but largely just mental health. I followed the judge's order looking at his mental health condition, and that's what I did.
Well, didn't you talk to the state before you came in for the interview and the evaluation?
Just where to meet, that's basically it.
So earlier you testified that Mr. Berry went to San Antonio to meet with you in your office about the case.
Right, I thought you meant meeting before the evaluation of Mr. Horner, but no, I didn't talk with them about what I was going to do. It's just logistics, like what time, where do I go, those kind of things. The meeting, yes, that's when they retained me.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. So at the meeting where you were retained, they talked to you about what they wanted from you in this case?
As far as just looking at the records and providing my psychiatric analysis, that's it.
And that discussion took place in 2023, or when did that discussion take place?
February of 2023.
So from February of 2023.
Actually, I take it back. It was probably January of 23.
Okay. So from January of 2023 to February of 2026, you did not have any discussions with the prosecutors about this case and the direction it was going?
No, I met with them another time to go over my findings initially. I hadn't looked at the videos yet because that's a lot of time, and so they knew that. And basically, I was just looking at his mental health condition. I hadn't received the order yet, so I didn't know what the parameters were going to be.
Let's talk about the paraphilic disorders. Sexual deviance is not a diagnosis in the DSM-5, is it?
No.
You just use that for your testimony?
I use it
because of the historical significance of it?
Right, because of historically that's been the term. The DSM is not the Bible, so to say. So if they switch it, that's fine. If you look up like literature searches, etc., loads of research regarding sexual deviance, very limited regarding paraphilia, as an example.
However, you would agree with me that the DSM-5 is a diagnostic tool for mental health evaluations.
Yes, it is.
And that sexual deviance does not appear as a diagnosis in the DSM-5.
It does not, no.
Would you agree with me that most of the people that have an atypical sexual interest do not have a mental disorder?
That do have or do not have?
Do not have a mental disorder?
If they have an atypical sexual interest or if they don't have one? I lost you, sorry.
Do most people with an atypical sexual interest have a mental disorder as well?
I can't say I've seen a lot of research on that because it's pretty vague, no offense, and gray. But that could be fair. I would say that, at least from my experience seeing patients, there's typically something involved, but it's not major, so to say. It's just maybe something that happened in their history such that it has some segue to what they are doing as an adult.
Okay, so we'll go back to the original question. You would agree with me that most people with an atypical sexual interest do not have a mental disorder?
I think that, again, there's not much research on it, but per my experience, I think that's fair to say they don't have a major mental disorder.
Because a in order to have a paraphilic disorder, the diagnosis would require that that person feel personal distress about their interest and not merely distress from society's disapproval.
That sounds like one of the criteria, right?
And in order to have a diagnosis, that it would require non-consensual engagement.
That's what I talked about, yes.
And so if someone is consensual and engages in these activities, that doesn't qualify as a paraphilic disorder, does it?
I agree.
You specifically mentioned that the interview and the testimony of Tanner's, or the mother of Tanner's children. Isn't it true that she consented to the behavior that you described?
I remember reading that, yes.
And when she became uncomfortable with anything, she took the initiative and she withdrew that consent, didn't she?
Yes, I spoke about that earlier.
And when that consent was withdrawn, Tanner stopped what he was doing.
Yes, same answer.
So he didn't continue against her will, did he?
No.
You mentioned sexual sadism in your direct examination, and you would agree with me that sexual sadism wasn't included in your report, was it, as a diagnosis?
I did not diagnose Tanner with pedophilia or sexual sadism.
And the reason that you did not diagnose it, I believe you had said that there was no diagnosis because of the one-time occurrence.
Correct.
Now, you're talking about the sexual sadism, and you're basing it solely on this offense. You said that you had talked about, the distress that you heard on the video.
So the video was probably the primary source, but it was not sole or by itself. There was other pertinent information. Why I talked about that earlier.
Well, there was no collateral evidence of sexual sadism, is there?
No, I didn't. I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to what's in the literature, and again, per my training in this subject matter.
Okay, so I'm going back to this case, not what's in the literature, but in this case, you were basing your decision and your opinion on the sexual sadism on something you could not see.
So one thing is, there are features of sadism, and it was something I did not see because he covered the lens, but I heard it.
And at the end of the day, again, you didn't diagnose Tanner with any sort of sexual sadism.
Correct.
You also did not diagnose Tanner with any sort of pedophilic disorder, did you?
Correct.
Because it did meet the criteria in the DSM.
Right.
You commented that things like this just don't show up.
Right.
So it sounds to me that you're basing your opinion on if he did it once, he must have done it at some other time without any evidence-based criteria there.
No, not using your verbiage, no.
So let me ask you this. You reviewed all the records, you looked at all the investigative,
Okay.
investigative records from the district attorney, from the Texas Rangers, from the FBI, from Wise County Sheriff's Department, in any of the records that you reviewed, you didn't find any evidence of child pornography on any of his devices, did you?
That's correct.
And the things that you spoke about, the spanking, the hot wax, the needles, none of that's illegal, is it?
As long as they both involve consent to it.
You mentioned threesomes. That's not illegal, is it?
No? As long as there's consent between the three.
Asphyxia during sex. That's not illegal, is it? If there's consent?
Correct.
Role playing. That's not illegal, is it?
With consent, no. The same thing.
And you'd agree with me that it's not uncommon for couples to have pet names for each other?
No, it's not.
And so if I call my boyfriend baby, that doesn't necessarily mean I think he's a child in diapers, does it?
I hope not. No.
I hope not either. You also did not diagnose Tanner as a sexually violent predator, did you?
I did not.
Now, when you did talk to Tanner about what happened, about this offense, and about what was going on in his life leading up to this, you talked to him about the troubles that he had at home, didn't you?
Yes.
And he discussed with you that he was working long hours and that he was working 6 days a week?
Yes, we covered basically what his work days were like and what he had to do in preparation for each day, each route. Yes.
So we talked about the stress of not having reliable transportation and the change in his work route and things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
And he also told you that he covered the lens of the camera in the truck to hide his drug use.
Yes.
When the state asked you that, whether or not you saw any cocaine use in any of these videos, you said, no, I didn't. Well, let me ask you this. Is it possible that the cocaine use occurred after Tanner had covered the lens with the sticky?
That's what he said in the evaluation to me.
So you said you didn't see it, but is it possible that that's when it occurred?
Sure, like I said, that's when, in other words, I'm answering you using his self-report.
With regard to the planning of this, Tanner had been on that road before with his truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So it's not that, when you said that he had been there before, the way that it came out is that he went there to scout the place as a place to bring a victim. But that's not what was going on, was it? He had actually been there because that was the route that FedEx had sent him on to deliver packages.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, it's a mistake.
I'll let him answer it if he can.
Well, he had been on those routes before, but I remember from the investigative records that before he abducted Athena, that he spent some time at that place where he drove back to.
What
So
records?
yes to both.
So what records are those?
There were some, it looked to me like FBI records where they were charting his movements based on cell phone pings and towers. It's way over my head.
Did you think to try to find collateral evidence that may have been just his basic route? Or did you just take it at face value and make the assumption that that's why he had stopped there?
I just know that he stopped there before, and like I said before, he told me he'd been on those routes before. So either way, he knew when to tell Athena it's going to get bumpy, because he had been there.
But that's not necessarily indicative of planning, is it?
Well, he knows where he's going. In other words, if he didn't know where he was going and it was just impulsive and he had no idea where he was, then he wouldn't know to forewarn her that it's going to get bumpy.
But again, that is not indicative of planning to abduct a child, is it?
Yeah, I looked at it as part of the abduction. As I stated earlier, the abduction was related to his sexual exploitation of her. That was very clear to me. And how he got there was just how he got there, to where it was going to happen.
And that is just your opinion as to why this happened?
It's based on, well, it's not just my opinion, it's based on my training, the grooming behavior that he engaged with her. You've heard the audio, as soon as he turned off the truck, he went to the back, then take off your clothes, and then from there, it was one after another.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Rambula, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 312. It's your report. Can you point out in your report where you talk about going on the bumpy road and planning this incident?
I don't remember actually doing that, no.
Okay, can you point out in your report where you talk about grooming?
I think the only thing I talked about was that this event didn't just show up out of nowhere. Again, this is during the guilt innocence phase, so it's different than what we're talking about today.
So planning would not be a part of the guilt innocence phase?
If it relates to the mental condition that he had and he was claiming confusion, then that would counter it, but that's not what he was claiming, so I didn't include it in my report.
So grooming wouldn't be relevant enough to include in your report?
I mean, I could have added that, sure.
But you chose not to.
Well, maybe I didn't just do it. But, yeah, looking at the...
Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustain.
All right.
I want to talk to you lastly about your opinion on future danger. You claim that you feel that Tanner will be a danger in prison because there are female guards.
Not
That's part of it.
as a potential component, yes.
So you review the records and you realize that, and you understand that Tanner has not had any disciplinary write-ups in Tarrant County.
I think, yes, that's correct. In his solo cell, he has not been a behavior problem.
And he did not have any disciplinary write-ups in Wise County either, did he?
I think there was only one time where he was put in a restraint chair that he pointed out to me, but other than that, no.
And he was put in the restraint chair because he was inflicting self-harm. Is that your recollection of it?
Vaguely. I don't remember the reason that he explained to me.
So that wasn't really a disciplinary, was it?
It's a form of disciplinary because the people can't just let him do what he's going to do, so they have to discipline him in some way so he won't hurt himself.
But
It's not a form of discipline. It's more of behavior modification.
So he wasn't being aggressive towards anyone when that occurred, was he?
I don't remember that, no.
Now, when you're in a jail, you don't eat in your, you don't stay in your cell 24/7, do you?
Yeah. You mean if somebody's in general pop?
Let's say you're in SAG. You don't stay in your cell 24/7, do you?
No, there's some time out where a person is allowed outside. I think it may be an hour, maybe more, but I'm not the expert about jail stuff.
Okay, so, but you know that there are female guards in prison, right?
And jails, yes.
So you have guards in jail, you have guards in prison, you have access to medical unit, access to the transport people,
Right.
access to,
I'm going to object, defense counsel testifying, first of all, and secondly, what the purpose of her being out there.
about to enter some records, Your Honor.
I'm assuming you were going to show him a record.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, how many people in Wise County did Tanner attack?
I don't recall seeing any records of that, no.
How many people in Tarrant County has Tanner attacked?
Same reason. He's been in a solo cell and no acting out.
So you say he's been in a solo cell, but you do know that he has been going to the doctor,
Yes,
that he's been coming to court,
correct.
that in court you had other people with you in court. He didn't try to attack any of you.
No, he didn't attack me. He was just angry with me.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer Defendant's Exhibit number 93, which has already been tendered to, yeah, we just never offered it.
No objection.
Defense Exhibit 93 has been,
And Your Honor, I'd like to publish to the jury.
That's fine.
And it requires, you just kind of on what it is. It should be affidavit of no records.
oh, you can file records with the court if there's what we call a business custodian gives an affidavit saying basically these are authentic records of our department, our business, or whatever. That's why they're called business records. And they are admissible without a sponsoring witness testifying. So you may accept what is contained in the records in the same manner had somebody been here to testify to them. Okay? Go ahead.
And may I explain what the affidavit
Yes.
means? Okay. What this affidavit is an affidavit of no records from Tarrant County, meaning that they searched their records and they could not find any record of any disciplinary action in Tarrant County. When people are in custody, Dr. Rambula, you said that, I believe you said that they had access to tablets. Was that you that testified to that? Or was
No.
that Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yeah, that was the TDCJ
Okay,
guy.
I'm sorry. But you've been in the prisons, you've been in the jails before, is that right?
Yes,
So, you know, in talking to inmates, they just don't have to sit in their cells 24/7, do they?
unless they're in solitary for some reason. Yeah, and again, they get out, I think an hour a day. But otherwise, no, they can roam around.
So in their cells, do they have access to educational materials?
In jails, I haven't seen that as much. In prisons, depends on the unit.
As a part of the educational materials, or I should say as a part of what they can do in jail. And as I said, they have access to the educational materials. They can also do things like Bible study.
So that my answers are based on what information I've learned from other people who are inmates, because I have no idea who makes how TDCJ administration decides. I've just heard things from individuals. But yes, you're correct. There are some people who can, some cannot.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Remangula, I am going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 95, and we move to admit, I'll just go with 94 and 95, which have been previously tendered.
No objection.
So are there two exhibits, 94 and 95?
94 and 95, Your Honor.
Okay, no objection to either one.
Correct.
All right, defense exhibits 94 and 95 are admitted.
And Dr. Remangula, you just made the comment that some can and some can't do things in jail. In looking at defense exhibit number 95, are there a lot of certificates there for the things that Tanner did complete in jail?
It looks that way, yes.
And Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May Dr. Arambula be excused.
No objections.
He may be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, doctor.
Just give us a... State rest is revoked. Sanderson,
Defense rests.
state rest and close. State does. Defense rest and close.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. There are a number of you who have not seen the last few exhibits, okay? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you to your jury room with those exhibits so that y'all have a chance to look at them. And when everyone is finished, buzz. This will include all of the evidence that you're gonna hear in the case. You know what your instructions are for in the morning, okay? And we need to get started promptly in the morning. So after everybody finishes looking at the last two exhibits, it'll be regular time, 9 o'clock. Finish looking at the exhibits, buzz, we'll bring those out, and then we'll get you home, okay? See you in the morning. All right, everyone may be seated. Both sides having rested and closed. Ms. Anderson, it's my understanding the defense wished to make some motions.
Yes, Your Honor. One was related to the jury charge.
Okay, we'll talk about that in just a minute.
Okay. The other one is related to our motion to preclude the death penalty because of the autism. When we initially argued the motion, I put all my arguments on the record, and we had held it to determine whether or not there were any valid diagnoses for autism. And so at this time, we would re-urge the motion and ask the judge to take judicial notice of all of the evidence that was presented by the defense witnesses related to the diagnosis of autism.
I'll take judicial notice as requested, and any other requests?
No.
Okay, those are denied. Now, that's the only other motion other than dealing with the jury charge.
I believe so. You're asking me as if I should have another one, but.
Just making sure. All right, let's talk about the jury charges. I have furnished charges, proposed charges, ad nauseum to everybody. The court's intention is to have two separate charges, one dealing with the issue of guilt, and then the second one regarding the issue of punishment. Is that agreeable with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's agreeable with the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in regard to the guilt charge, are there any objections or specially requested charges on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. The punishment charge. State have any objections or specially requested charges to the punishment charge as proposed?
No.
Defense?
Your Honor, we don't have any special charges. However, we do have I guess a form issue rather than content. And that is, we wanted to move the verdict forms to, let's see, the verdict form on special issue number 1 to page number 3. And insert that and let the jury have the law related to special issue number 1, and then answer special issue number 1 before they move on to the law on special issue number 2. And then we would ask that the verdict form on special issue number 2 be moved to right behind that. And that we move all of the instructions to prior to special issue number 1. Did that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Record should reflect that counsel, for both sides, have been very forthcoming with me in regard to their requests, and it's my understanding that that's why they do it in federal court.
That is correct, Your Honor.
But I am going to deny your request. Okay? Finally, it's my understanding, having had a conversation with the lawyers, that 1 hour for closing arguments on both sides is agreeable. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. State said he'll leave 20 minutes, that's all.
And before we break, may we approach?
Yes. Have a warning in regard to your open.
Yes.
Okay. How much time that you have used?
Yes.
Okay. What's the amount?
When I get to 25.
That you have used 25 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Goebel, it's my understanding you're going to open for the defense?
Yes, I'll begin, Ms. Anderson also, so if I can have a 25-minute warning, that'd be great.
That you've used 25 minutes?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Anderson, do you wish to have a warning as far as time remaining
Time remaining, if I have 30 minutes remaining, then that'll be my warning. No, actually, I need 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. State, do you need a time remaining?
Same, 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
Same.
5 minutes?
Yeah, fine.
All right, council, y'all come in 8:30, 8:45, so that we can present whatever final motions that need to be presented, and we will go from there. All right? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Judge.